They told you America invented slavery. They told you the Indians were peaceful. They told you colonialism was evil and that Joseph McCarthy was a bad guy. And guess what? They lied. For half a century, generations of American school children have been taught to hate our history, hate our country, and hate themselves. It's time to set the record straight. And since no one else is going to do it, I will. Who sold us the slaves? What were India and Africa like before Europeans arrived? What caused white flight? Some of the most well-known stories from American history are designed to demoralize you. Trail of Tears, smallpox blanket myth, the Red Scare. It's all baseless. It's time for a lesson on what they're not teaching in public schools, on the real history of slavery, of colonialism, of the Indians, of America, and the world. It's time for Real History with Matt Walsh.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus.
What was it like, Merlin, to be alone with God?
Is that who you think I was alone with?
Merlin, I knew your father. I am yet convinced that he was not of this world.
All men know of the great Taliesin.
Who am I, Father, that the gods should war for my soul?
Princess Garrus, savior of our people.
I know what the bull god offered you. I was offered the same.
And?
There is a new power at work in the world. I've seen it. A god who sacrifices what he loves for us.
We are each given only one life, Singer.
No. We're given another.
I learned of Yezu the Christ, and I have become his follower.
He's waiting on a miracle, and I think you can give him one.
Trust in Yezu. He is the only hope for men like us.
Fate of Britain never rests in the hands of the great light.
Great light, great darkness. Such things mattered to me then.
What matters to you now, Mistress of Lies?
You, nephew.
The sword of a high king.
How many lives must be lost before you accept the power you were born to wield? So clinging to the promises of a god who has abandoned you.
I cannot take up that sword again.
You know what you must do.
Great light, forgive me.
The time has come to be reborn.
Can I give you a devil's advocate sort of accusation? What is the point of female religious sisters anyway?
Without a concrete witness of religious, there is a danger that the charity that animates the church will grow cold, especially in a world undergoing secularization.
Asking why do we need religious is something like asking why do we need beautiful architecture? Because when you have beautiful things, people act beautifully. When everything around them says to them, you're a cog in the machine, or you're a rat, then we shouldn't be surprised when they act like that. To choose to sit within your own poverty, just scrolling, to put it away feels like a death.
What I really want, what I really need, what I really desire comes to the surface. What that is then can be confronting. Somebody had given me the great advice in your discernment of life. First, establish your life of prayer. And out of that life of prayer, either the Lord will call you to marriage and Jesus will be the center of that marriage, or if he calls you to religious life, you'll just continue to get to know him more and more.
How did the devil try to discourage you from this vocation?
Plenty of times.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime.
Very claustrophobic.
7 B-2 stealth bombers took off loaded with 420,000 pounds of advanced bunker-busting bombs and a mission. But how did they pull this off?
What do Snow White, Cinderella, and smallpox blankets have in common? They're all fairy tales. For decades, you've been told that you live on stolen land.
We are right now on stolen land.
That the Indians were peaceful.
Native Americans, we massacred them.
Your ancestors committed genocide. And guess what? None of it is true. The Native Americans were some of the most savage fighters ever known to man, raiding, scalping, torturing, even eating enemies. It was better to lose a battle to the U.S. Army than to get wiped out by a rival tribe. And why did the story completely change in the 1960s? It turns out there's a lot more to the American Indians than Hollywood directors and school teachers want you to know. This month, we blow up the biggest myths about the American Indians and reclaim the real history that was stolen from us. This is the real history of the American Indian. Only on Daily Wire Plus.
Lincoln was not an abolitionist. He was an anti-slavery man.
From executive producer Doris Kearns Goodwin.
Abraham Lincoln.
At the heart is the story of Abraham Lincoln's own transformation. He takes the Declaration of Independence and he turns it into a nation's moral compass.
If we let this stand for 1 minute longer, we might as well say goodbye to the whole thing. Union, democracy, all of it.
A 3-part series from the History Channel, Abraham Lincoln, now streaming on Daily Wire Plus.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Cabot Phillips, and welcome to the first episode of Wired In Live. For years, people have been saying Ben is great, Matt's great, Klavan's great, Michael is serviceable. They're all great. But when is the Daily Wire going to get a live news show? Fear not. I'm a man of the people, and I've heard the cries of the people in the wilderness. And I've got you covered with this new show. Every Thursday from here on out, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, we are doing live news. We've already got this whole studio built. They can't take the show away from me now. It is happening. And what better night than this one to kick it off? It's going to be a wild evening. We're going to hear tonight from lawmakers inside the Capitol who I'll talk to. We're going to talk to Daily Wire reporters all across D.C. Some of them might be coming to us live from bars. Don't know whose idea that was. Not sure what to expect on that front. And of course, we'll also, in just 30 minutes, kick things over to Ben and the gang for a special edition of Friendly Fire. Now, I do want to give you guys a quick warning about something that might disturb you tonight. If at any point you're watching the State of the Union stream and you see smoke rising through the chamber during the broadcast, it's not an emergency. Don't freak out. Your TV is not messed up. Michael Knowles is simply lighting up a Mayflower cigar from the balcony. That is right. Our own Michael Knowles will be in the chamber for tonight's State of the Union. I am wildly jealous. I'm not going to tell him that. Please, none of you congratulate him. We don't need to make his head any bigger. But Michael Knowles will be coming to us live from the Capitol. President Trump is going to kick things off at 9, and it could be a long night. He said it's going to be long. He told us that. If he speaks for more than an hour and 40 minutes, that's the number to watch. He will officially break the record for longest State of the Union address ever. He'll break the record previously held by anyone? Anyone? No one's talking to me. Donald Trump. He held that record last year. He broke it. So if it does go a little long and you want to spice things up, the Daily Wire's got you covered. If you're a political nerd like me, we made these bingo cards. If you're hosting like a watch party for State of the Union, we got these bingo cards. You can fill them out as the night goes on, print off different versions that we posted on socials. You can win points if Trump mentions Bad Bunny, if Joe Biden catches a stray, if the cameras show Ilhan Omar when Trump starts ranting about Somalians. So you can do all of that stuff. Please go play the bingo card. Now, one person who's not going to be playing bingo, because she's going to be busy covering the speech, doing actual work, is Daily Wire White House reporter Mary Margaret Olahan. She joins us now. Mary Margaret, you're talking to folks in the administration all day. Give us the rundown. What should we expect?
Well, hello, Cabot. Great to be with you on this very momentous night. Yes, we are here in the Capitol right before the State of the Union starts. This is going to be a really exciting night on a number of points. But what we're hearing from the administration is that this is going to be a State of the Union focused on the economy, the president's wins as it pertains to the economy. He's going to be talking about affordability if he sticks to the script. That's what we're expecting to hear. But we're also going to hear all about his wins from the past year. Last year's State of the Union wasn't a full full-fledged State of the Union, and he had a lot to say. Now we've had a full year of the president's first year of his second administration, and he has a lot to share. So we're going to be hearing about immigration, the border, deportations, foreign policy, the wars that the president has ended, you name it. All of these different issues that he has spent so much time and effort on, his Trump RX accounts, his efforts to lower health costs for Americans, his efforts to make American cities safer, and much more. So the administration, especially Caroline Leavitt, is saying that the president is going to have a very good speech tonight. Everyone is making sure that we know that this is going to be a long evening, that we should not expect this to be a short speech, as you yourself pointed out. Yeah. I saw some guesstimates out there that it's going to be 2 hours, 2.5, 3. So I guess we'll have to wait and see on that front.
I'm going to ask the question I'm sure everyone's wondering, and then I'll get to my other question. First, Mary Margaret, where exactly are you? What is this room?
So we are in Speaker of the House Mike Johnson's office, which we're very lucky to be up here filming. We'll be here all night with all of your favorite Daily Wire hosts, reporters, and we are very lucky to be up here. It's a very sweet situation and probably the best digs in the house.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Give us a preview before we let you go. What guests is Donald Trump bringing? Who are we going to see tonight?
Well, Cabot, we were lucky to break the news earlier today, Daily Wire exclusive, that Erica Kirk is President Donald Trump, one of his special guests this evening. So Erica will be in attendance. Obviously, as we know, she is the wife of the late Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated in September. She's taken over Turning Point as his chief, as the head of Turning Point. And so we're very happy to see that she'll be here tonight to be honored by the president. We're also hearing that Claire Lai is one of the guests of Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. She's someone who I spoke with recently, whose father was imprisoned by the Chinese government and just sentenced to 20 years. We'll also see in the audience the entire hockey team, the U.S. men's hockey team. Their triumphant victory very recently this week. So they are here as well. I'm curious to see how they'll last through 2 hours of a speech, but that'll be very fun. And then we have another of military service members, Americans who are grateful to the president for the different actions he's taken. Yeah. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson's bringing in the family of a slain police officer and more. So just so many different Americans here tonight. And I should note, Democrats are bringing in a number of Epstein survivors, so you can expect more on that note as well.
Yeah, we'll see if the hockey team is sober enough to make it up the steps into the Capitol after their much-deserved celebration this week. Mary Margaret, thanks so much for coming on. Always appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
All right, we turn now to Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri. Senator, thank you so much for coming on. You're obviously just slightly more plugged in than we are. So give us a preview. What can we expect to hear tonight from POTUS?
By the way, I will point out that the Kachuk boys are from St. Louis. And so that Team USA team, hopefully they're hydrated after partying in Miami last night. We're very proud of them. But anyway, I think they're in for a great speech. And I think they'll be twofold, right? The first part will be kind of talking about all the accomplishments of a very historic first year. I mean, we know President Trump came back. It's a historic comeback. Nobody alive has ever seen anything like that. A president who was out of office, who came back for a second term. He has a team that he really trusts. And I think this working families tax cut and all the component parts, it was such a big, beautiful bill, right? But kind of stripping out then, what are the things that are going to matter to real people? The no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the Trump accounts, where if you took the $1,200 that's just sitting there for a child born today, it could be worth almost $400,000. When they're 60 years old. So, getting more people involved and invested. The reinvestment we've seen in this country, trillions and trillions of dollars coming back on shore because President Trump's leadership. And then the forward-looking nature, I think, of what he wants to talk about. I mean, he ran on, dealing with Biden inflation and taking on illegal immigration. We have a secure border, and we're also now seeing, that those inflation numbers come down from 9% to, around 2% or a little over 2.5%. That's significant progress. There's more work to do, but it's been a historic year, and I think he'll also, my guess is, be celebrating America 250. If you've got a patriotic bone in your body, it's a big year for our country and our republic, and hopefully we can all celebrate that, but I wouldn't discount the Democrats being a bunch of crybabies tonight either, so we'll see.
Yeah, are there any topics where you expect to see your Democratic colleagues standing up to give an ovation? And also, a lot of them are just simply not attending. What do you make of that absence as well? I
think it's sad. Look, I've been in the Senate. This is my fourth State of the Union, the first two, when Joe Biden was in office, I was here. I mean, I listened to the incoherent ramblings of a president who probably didn't know where he was at, but I was here out of respect for the office in my country. But the Democrats are like, this Trump derangement syndrome has, metastasized into something really sick. And so they're not showing up. You'll probably see some outbursts. But sadly, last year when President Trump introduced the angel moms, those moms who had lost children killed by illegal immigrants, or the child that had beaten cancer, they didn't stand up and clap. I think that's disgraceful. So we'll probably see more of that, and we'll see if they actually stand and applaud for Team USA, who won the gold for the first time since 1980. These things aren't complicated. They shouldn't be controversial. But for the modern Democrat Party that's been radicalized, this is where they're at.
Now, I did see on social media that today is your wife's birthday. Did she at any point this morning say, look, honey, a lot of the Democrats, they're not going to the event tonight. Maybe do you really need to go? Is it necessary? Can you take me to dinner? Did that conversation happen today?
Well, listen, I did score. Well, I would be honest, that because of the snowstorm that hit the East Coast, I was able to fly in a day later. So the expectation, like the expectation mark was somewhat lowered. So I was able to take her to breakfast. We had a big party for her this weekend. So I think I got some husband points and was still able to get here for the State of the Union. So
okay, good. And I think a way that you guys can score some senator points with the American people is by cracking down on voter ID fraud. Now, you've been one of the leaders in the Senate pushing for the SAVE Act, pushing for voter ID laws. Do you think President Trump's going to touch on that tonight? And where are we in those efforts?
I would think so. I mean, I've not seen an advanced copy of his speech, but I played golf with President Trump 2 weeks ago. We talked a lot about the Save America Act and how important it is for our country. I mean, look, the Democrats have kind of lost the argument here with American citizens. They're an intellectually bankrupt party, and they've decided that they're going to bring in 15 million people here illegally, and they don't think you should have to, prove your citizenship to vote. They don't think you should have to prove who you are to vote like you do when you check into a hotel room. So that should tell you all you need to know about where they're at, and I think it'd be a very important move for us to be serious, spend the time to get the Save America Act done, where you have to prove citizenship, you have to show who you are when you go vote. It's just common sense. I think that's the return of common sense that President Trump talked about in his second inaugural.
Now, the other big issue that people are clamoring to hear from Trump on is Iran. We know Secretary Rubio was on the Hill today briefing a number of lawmakers on the president's emerging plan for Iran. What do you expect to hear from him tonight? And what sort of advice would you give the president on how to handle this looming showdown?
Well, I do think that his successes on the world stage will be a part of this. It is pretty historic, ending the number of wars that he's been able to end. I mean, using tariffs as leverage, that's been a big part of it. Also, I think the demonstration of American strength, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. We had Operation Midnight Hammer, those B-2s left Missouri, and that was a very successful operation. And of course, taking out Maduro and narco-terrorists in our own hemisphere, those are big successes. I think that, the economic pressure that's being placed right now on Iran is kind of where we're at. I'll wait and see what he's going to talk about as far as more of that. But we've got a lot of assets there that, again, I think are trying to, bring the maximum amount of pressure. And the people of Iran, I think, are on the streets, and they do deserve to be free.
All right, we will leave it there. Senator Schmidt, thank you so much for your time. I know you got a busy night, so we always appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
All right, we turn now to, oh, come on. They just came in my ear and said, we're going to Michael Knowles. So here he is. Okay, go ahead, Michael, get your gloating in. You are at the State of the Union.
So you thought, oh, I'm here, and you thought that you could pull a fast one by replacing me with Senator Schmidt. Is that what you thought? And I agree, it's an upgrade. It's a physical upgrade. He's a taller man than I am, and I'm sure he has much more information on what's actually going on Capitol Hill. But too bad, you're stuck with me, buddy. So congratulations, it almost worked, but not quite.
Not quite, indeed. Michael, what do you expect to hear tonight? Really, I mean, what is President Trump, if you were advising him, if you were writing his speech, what sort of stuff would you be making the main focus?
The key here for the president, I think, is to reassure Americans that his agenda is the agenda for stability, for security, for peace, and for a normal life. I think the key numbers you got to look at are these poll numbers on immigration. On immigration, especially after the Minnesota operation, you have, and the libs love extolling this number, you have the majority of Americans saying that they don't like what ICE is doing. But at the same time, you have a majority of Americans that still want mass deportations. So obviously those two are in conflict. What does that mean? Well, to read into the contradiction, what it means is that people feel a little bit uneasy. They feel that the situation is precarious. They really do want mass deportations. That's what they voted for. That's what Trump won the popular vote on in 2024. But they fear that things could spiral out of hand. And so they're vacillating between two opposites: the danger that they feel from the migrants, from the cartels, from the open borders, and the danger they feel from chaos on the streets, which the Democrats have pushed for. You see this even on the economy. The economy is really, really strong right now. You have record high stock market. You have good jobs numbers, good inflation numbers, especially compared to Joe Biden. You've got a pretty good GDP, even after Q4 was revised down a little bit. So on the fundamentals, the economy looks really good. And yet, multiple polls are showing that the American people, voters, trust the Democrats a little bit more than the Republicans on the economy. Why is that? I think it's that feeling of precariousness. We have the tariffs, then we don't have the tariffs. Then the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs. We have this great stock market, but it's held up really by half a dozen tech companies, and the tech companies could call it economic tumult. So all of that to say, it's a really long way of saying Trump has so many successes on basically every front: foreign policy, domestic policy, social policy, that we're probably going to get a very, very lengthy speech tonight. I think the key here is not merely to tell everyone all the good things he did and why they're so good, but also to explain how all those accomplishments are going to make people more secure, going to put them at ease, make their lives more stable. We are the party of normal. The fact that Hakeem Jeffries is telling the Democrats to sit down and shut up, or maybe not even show up at all, tells me that he at least knows that the Democrats here will benefit if they seem like the normal, stable party. They're basically constitutionally incapable of doing that, which is why he doesn't even want them in the chamber. But that's the fight. The fight is for which is the party of stability and normal and peace and breathing easy.
To the Democrat point you make, in recent years, last year, obviously, Al Green standing up, making a fool of himself before ultimately being removed by the Sergeant-at-Arms. How do you think that plays? Because there is this tension on the left of wanting to be the party that's fighting Trump and also at the same time wanting to appear normal. Which Democrat party do you think we're going to see tonight, and which do you think would be the smarter approach on their front?
On both answers, there are actually three questions, one implicit. You said, what are we going to see? The other one is, what is best for them? And then the third one,
I know you're capable of answering all of these questions at once.
I am capable because, well, except one of them is a little bit different, which is what we're going to get are the kooks. There's going to be some kind of kookiness. They're going to dress up in a weird way. Someone's going to yell something. Something is going to happen. However, I think for the most part, you're going to see them more toned down than they have been in the past. I think a lot of them are not going to be here. They might be going to party with Midas Touch on the National Mall. You know, I think they're going to check out, in part because Trump has had so many successes. But you know, the Democrats are clear about this. They've repeated it time and time again. Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, who's a presidential candidate or a presidential contender, he said, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia is the model. And what is Spanberger? Spanberger is someone who ran as a moderate, won a purple Commonwealth, and then implemented immediately the most radically left-wing agenda that anybody could possibly imagine. That's the plan. They are going to be playing the moderate all the way up to November. They will not change any fundamental aspect of their ideology or their agenda. They're just going to try to shut up. They're going to grit their teeth and keep their fists clenched until November. And then if they do retake the House, you are going to see an explosion of leftism.
All right, Michael, we'll end it there. Also, I'll add good news, bad news. The good news, I had this beautiful set now. The bad news, I think the books behind me, they stole from your set. They're all Catholic books. So next time you come see the new set in person, those will be replaced by Protestant literature and Protestant philosophy. Michael, thank you so much for coming on.
Unless we get you first. Good to see you, Cabot.
Thanks, Michael. All right, we're going to be joined now by some in-studio guests. Come on in, guys. Let's go. Don't knock anything over. Look at, they're walking carefully and wonderfully. We've got Brent Scher, Daily Wire editor-in-chief, and Lyndon Blake, Daily Wire reporter, who, look at this jersey.
Come on.
Look at that.
Come on.
This is fantastic. Let the people know who we're repping right now.
Okay, we're repping Rizzo. He was the goal-winning scorer in 1980, and he partied with our new boys in Italy after they won gold a couple of days ago. So, we're repping the classics right now, but obviously we're all just jazzed for this new era of U.S. hockey players, and what a good job they're doing.
I will let the audience know that we have a bunch of giant TVs in our media war room, call it that. And Lyndon has just been glued to the Olympics for the past few weeks, so I know you're mourning them being over. But now that they're over, we get to bring the boys back home. Walk us through this saga, because the men's team, they're going to be there tonight. The women's team is not, though. What's going on here?
So first off, we're going to get to the women's team. They denied the invitation. They did it respectfully. I will say that, a lot of them are still playing college hockey and they had to get back to school. They've been out of school for a while. But I think they could have made a great statement, because Trump has fought so hard for women's sports, and to go there and, just take one more day and go show their support for all he's done for women's sports. But they're not going to be there. The men, though, they're on an absolute tear right now. Talk about being at 11 Miami, the best club in Miami last night, singing the national anthem, literally having the time of their life. Then they get on the military plane today. They go to D.C. They get the White House tour. Trump tries to steal a medal. And now they get to go to the State of the Union, and they're loving it. And everyone is trying to tear them down for loving America. I just saw a post before we came on set where a unhinged person said she just paid a witch on Etsy to give the hockey team injuries for the rest of their career. That is who you're dealing with on the left.
To be fair, though, was this a Canadian person making that post?
No,
that would be understandable.
I checked the new little feature on X. This account was in the United States.
Yeah, Canadians are too nice to be casting hexes on us anyway. So for the men's team tonight, they're going to be in the chamber, right? That's our understanding?
Yeah, they're going to be in the chamber. There's plenty of open seats, for them. And I think it's going to be amazing. You talk about Michael Knowles maybe smoking a cigar during it. I feel like the guys packed a flask.
Who would get mad at them for doing that? That is the big question. So this hockey team, they were at the White House today. What does this say that there is, these American heroes who, in a day and age where there's a lot of hesitance to go be seen with President Trump from some other athletes, what does it say about this moment right now where the hockey players are like, no, we want to go party with Trump?
Well, for sports fans, I'm sure Brent can attest to this. Hockey players have always been known as the real men in sport, the toughest guys in sports. We saw that with Jack Hughes getting his teeth knocked out and then being able to score the winning goal for the gold medal. I think it says that these guys are not going to buy in, and they're not going to be soft and buy into this narrative that it's so uncool to say that they love America. 15 years ago, we were having America-themed parties all the time. You had the hashtag America going on, and now when someone says yes, President, I would love to come to the White House, because who wouldn't? You were literally the talk of the entire country online. I think social media, fake outrage. But it is insane how they were celebrated for a good 30 minutes. And ever since then, they are getting attacked. Their families are getting attacked. It is insane, and it makes one certain group look crazy.
Yeah. From the sports angle also, I know you've covered a good bit the men and women's sports angle. Is that something you're expecting Trump to talk about tonight?
I think he may talk about it, because right now, it's in the Supreme Court. They're waiting the decision on that to make it where, nationwide there, that on these states that have been able to keep women out of men's sports, that stays the same. So I hope so. I think that when he got in office last year, there's been such a big push, and he's made such progress. Even on Supreme Court Day, we saw so many people out there supporting. And I remember telling Brent, I was like, I am not shocked by the little amount of protesters, because I really do think you have to have one acorn of a brain to think that men should compete alongside women in sport. So I think he's made a lot of progress. I hope he brings it up, and maybe that'll just shed some light on that he's for women's sports. He's for women. He is not this evil person that he is portrayed as online.
Yeah. You say, I do want to correct one thing. You said hockey players are known as the toughest people
100%.
in the world. I always thought that podcasters were the toughest men in America.
If you lose a tooth, you go off air for a week.
I probably would go off air for good reason, okay? Excuse you, Lyndon. Let's get to Brent now, because Brent is just feverishly on his laptop, and I know what he's looking at. Our wonderful friends at Kalshi, who are sponsoring part of this evening. Shout out to Kalshi, a great prediction market for everyone out there who's saying, hey, I have some ideas of what Trump is going to talk about tonight. You can put your money where your mouth is. You can go make a prediction on Kalshi. Brent, walk us through some of these markets. Which are the most interesting that you're keeping an eye on? I know you love this sort of thing, so take it away.
I really do, and I'm so thankful for all our reporters because I've just been glued to this and tracking the markets all day. And it's so crazy just to see how it moves. And I mean, there are a lot of people doing this. I'm looking at the market for how long will Trump speak at the State of the Union. There are $1.3 million in this market. And as the news reports kind of come in about how long Trump's going to speak, this thing is just skyrocketing up. Right now, the market thinks that it will be an 114-minute speech, which is incredibly long. I brought in how long he's spoken. In 2017, 60 minutes, 2018, 80 minutes, 82 minutes, 78 minutes, and then last year, 99 minutes. And like you said, that's the longest ever. Yeah. The markets think that this will be 15 minutes longer than that, and it's almost a guarantee. It is an 80% chance that it's an 100-minute or above speech, according to the markets.
Yeah. And it's worth pointing out, a lot of times these prediction markets are considerably more accurate than other metrics. Like even for elections, for example, oftentimes they're more accurate than polling data when it comes to correctly, pegging the odds. One of my favorite markets, though, was predicting which words Donald Trump is going to say tonight.
Yeah.
What's that market looking like? Which words are jumping out here?
I mean, it's really fun. And, as the reporting comes in from people like Mary Margaret, who had the big exclusive that Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, is going to be there, that impacts the markets immediately. The guarantees are that he will say the most likely word that he will say.
Can we guess? Wait, can we guess?
Sure,
guess?
You can.
The most likely word he'll say.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I would say Democrats would be the obvious
I would say
one,
left.
I mean, both of those are probably on there. It's 250. Everybody knows he's going to be celebrating America 250. 96% chance. I think the most fun is when you go into kind of the different things. 73%, you mentioned it, transgender, that comes in the speech. My favorite one, and I may have money in this market, is there is a 25% chance that Donald Trump says no, no, no. 3 consecutive no's in the speech tonight. So
is there anything about hand gestures? Because during his first campaign back in 2016, I used to love when we would get like the double finger up.
Oh yeah.
Like like when he was like make the point.
I'm sure there is.
Well,
not in
now
these
there will
markets.
be. Yeah.
Another fun market. Who will Trump mention? And this is another one. Again, these markets have been open for days. There are $3 million in this market. The other market, by the way, on words he says, there were $12.9 million in that market already. So people are putting real money there. So, they want to be right.
Yeah.
Who will Trump mention? My favorite pick here.
Ben Shapiro.
Ben is not in there. 22% chance, the same as Nicki Minaj. Usha. Will Trump say the word Usha?
And he has to say it in the way that he says it, which is
Usha.
Yeah.
Usha.
That's where my prediction is. And this is it's a lot of fun.
This is fantastic stuff. I haven't seen Brent this excited about anything. When Brent came in and told me that his newest son had been born, I don't think he was this excited. Hopefully Mrs. Cher is now watching and doesn't have to hear that.
Gamifying a State of the Union is perfect. Bingo's not for me. Kalshi markets, I'm locked in.
Leave it to Brent, who runs all of the NFL betting pools that we have at the office, to also get in on the prediction markets. All right, Brent, Lyndon, thank you guys so much for being in studio with us. Let's have a fun night. We got a lot of time ahead of us. USA. I love it. And for you, Brent, no. Go win some money. All right, if you're sitting at home tonight again watching and you think you're going to correctly call what's going to happen, don't just yell at the TV. Remember, like we said, you can go get in on the prediction action. Go to kalshi.com/dailywire. Make your predictions count if you think you know what's coming. All right, we also want to remind all of you that before we get going, the reason we can do live coverage, the reason that I can sit in this glorious studio, the reason is because of people like you. The reason we can do all of our investigative reporting and daily uncensored shows, it's Daily Wire Plus members. You guys fuel everything we do here. You guys help us keep breaking stories going. You keep us getting original entertainment coming out. It's all powered by subscribers who want real coverage. If that's you, head over to dailywireplus.com and make sure to join us And also, we will now be joined by Brecca Stoll. She is one of our Daily Wire reporters who has been out in the field. Now, she's not been having as much fun as Michael and Mary Margaret, who are in the Capitol, because she is outside of the Capitol at a Democrat rally. What's going on there, Brecca?
Cabot, it is actually wild. So as you can see behind me is the Capitol building where, President Trump is about to have the biggest microphone in the world. And we are at the counter protest, which is being led by Democrats, Democratic senators, lawmakers out here in the freezing cold who will be speaking and giving other people an option than the traditional State of the Union.
Okay, what is the crowd like? Give us a breakdown. What's the average attendee? I just want to know who goes to one of these things. What's it looking like?
So when you say who goes to these types of things, not many. There's probably 75 people in this crowd, and I would say 35 of them are reporters. Yes, and maybe we've seen it in Minneapolis. We've seen it with protests. Right when it starts at 9 p.m., they're able to get these droves of people. But as of right now, it's a pretty slim turnout. And it's pretty interesting that it's slim because the Democrats have brought kind of their star-studded roster. You have Senator Ed Markey speaking tonight, who just proposed the Trans Bill of Rights. You have Tina Smith from Minnesota. You have ex-MSNBC moderator Joy Reid. She just kicked off the event. So they brought out this, kind of big production and not many people to give it to.
Now, I know some of our team right now is reporting live from bars across the city to get the vibe there. But you're the one really who needs a drink because you've been having to listen to all this. What is the message? Is there anything coherent enough for you to take away? What are they saying on stage?
So far, and it's literally just started, we're probably 5 minutes in, I've heard that they've said this is the people's State of the Union and that this is for the people who don't want to be under this president. I'm hearing sounds about Chicago, Charlotte, Washington, D.C. Sounds like they're shouting out cities across the United States right now that have been somehow, suppressed by Donald Trump or something going on like that. But definitely just kind of projecting that this isn't the administration that they want, and they're giving people another option with the State of the Union.
That's an old trick to get the crowd fired up, is you just start yelling out cities and people will yell. But that doesn't work when the crowd is only 75 people, so I wish I was there to see that.
I was going to say, no one's yelling back.
So now, Brecca, you did something that was absolutely fantastic yesterday. You went to a college campus, you asked people about the State of the Union, but it hadn't happened yet. Tell us about that video. Tell us about some of the responses you got.
Okay, so that was so interesting. So yesterday we went to George Washington University and we asked college kids, hey, how did Trump do at the State of the Union? And, a bunch of them didn't know when the State of the Union was, which was alarming because this is a current political event, stone's throw away from their campus. And then what was even more alarming was the small subset who actually graded the president's speech. That hasn't happened yet. And so they told us basically that they ranked it on a scale from 1 to 10. They said it was 0. They said 1. And then one girl said, I watched it for a little bit and then I turned it off. We weren't sure what she was watching.
Well, all of you can go watch that video on Twitter. Head over. Actually, I believe we have it right here. Let's play that video. The people deserve to see this content, Brecca.
Trump's State of the Union didn't go so well. The only problem? It's tomorrow. Rate Trump's State of the Union speech 1 out of 10. 1's the worst, 10's the best. Negatives. And why? I think we all know a lot of reasons. Yeah. What about the State of the Union last night? 1 to 10.
It was like a 1 or 2. I mean, it was all over the place.
Probably just giving a 0. I'm gonna give it a 1.
And why do you say 1?
I don't think he's very articulate.
How did Trump do at the State of the Union?
0. I'm gonna be real, I didn't watch it.
I didn't really watch it much. I watched it for a little bit, but turned it off.
The State of the Union last night. How was that 1 to 10?
I didn't know it was last night. I thought it was tomorrow.
No, you're good. You passed the test. Good job.
That's some honesty there. Fantastic stuff. Brecca, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Cabot.
All right, we turn now, as the speech approaches, to Ben Shapiro. Ben, there's this talk that happens during presidential debates of how much do debates actually matter? Is anyone's mind actually being changed these days? So I'll pose that same question for the State of the Union. Ben, how much does this event actually matter tonight?
So very often you get like a very small bump for the president right after a tremendous State of the Union. The president gave a very successful quasi-State of the Union last year. He got a little bit of a bump from it. The real question is whether he can reshift and reframe the debate, I think largely over the economy, because there is a lot of concern over the economy. Obviously, people are worried about affordability. People are worried about AI. Can he change the sort of nature of the debate? He has acknowledged that in the approval ratings, he's having a very tough time. It's kind of hard to see why in certain senses, but he does need to try to reframe something. And this could be the leaping off point for a broader pre-midterm strategy of talking about wages and how they've advanced against inflation and how his economic program has been very, very successful. I think that's what you're likely to see tonight. But you're right. Will it have any long-lasting impact? Likely not. There'll be a lot of talk about it. I mean, it's possible that he may filibuster us until the actual election itself. That is a definite possibility. He apparently last year went 99 minutes. As you mentioned, I believe that our sponsors over at Kalshi, the market suggests that they believe that this will be a 114-minute speech. That seems about right for the over-under on me. I'm going to go 120. I think the president is going to try to hit that 2-hour mark because why the hell not? Die hard, die harder. I think that's where we are right now in American politics.
I don't know what the prediction markets say on whether or not the Ayatollah will wake up alive tomorrow morning. I'd be interested in that. What do you expect to hear from Trump on Iran tonight?
So it's very, very unlikely that the president is going to announce that the planes are on their way in the middle of the speech. Narendra Modi, who is the leader of India, is in Israel right now. The widespread expectation is that obviously if Iran were struck, they would fire back against Israel. Unlikely that with Narendra Modi in the region that a war would be launched tonight. I think what you're likely to hear from the president is that we have mobilized forces necessary to pressure the Iranians into making a deal. It'll be interesting to hear whether he gets any sort of detail into that deal, because I think that for those of us who are very concerned with the Iranian nuclear program, ballistic missile development, and terrorist support, the nature of the deal matters a lot more than whether there is one. You could have a JCPOA, that was Barack Obama's deal. You could have a weaker version of that. That would be pretty terrible. And I think the president is looking for more than that. So what I would expect is for him to say, we're making significant demands. Iran had better comply or else. And I would expect that he gets a standing ovation on that, certainly from the Republican side of the aisle. I think that even some Democrats will likely be in favor of that particular viewpoint.
Now, there are reports out there that some Democrat members are going to bring undocumented immigrants, aka illegal immigrants, as their guests to the event tonight. Is there a world where maybe Tom Homan just swoops in and starts conducting live deportations in the middle of Trump's speech and Trump allows that to happen?
Well, I mean, listen, I dread the State of the Union. I'm perfectly honest. Every year I hate it more and more. And I've been doing this for a quarter of a century at this point, analyzing State of the Unions. And there are these imperial spectacles where the president is treated as though he's a reigning monarch, and it drives me up a wall. And so if this ends with a full WWE style arrest and deportation act, I got to say, I think that may be the best version of the State of the Union. I think that'd be pretty spectacular. And it would be quite bad for the Democrats, because if they complied with ICE, if they did not act in their sanctuary city capacity and they actually brought illegal immigrants to hand over to Tom Homan to ICE, that would be the most amusing form of this. I think that'd be great. Now I'm rooting for something. So you've given me something to root for, Cabot. I appreciate it.
I'm happy to be the man who can do that for you, Ben. And thank you so much for coming on. And I will now do what all great men do. They hand it off to other men to carry on the torch. Ben, I'll let you take it away now for Friendly Fire. Thanks for appearing on our very first episode of Wired In Live. It was an honor to have you.
Well, thanks for having me, and goodbye. We will see you later. Or maybe we won't. I think we will, because we are now part of the endless Friendly Fire broadcast live coverage of the State of the Union. That's right. By the time this is over, Andrew Klavan will be dead, and Matt Walsh, his beard will be gray, and he will have no hair. So, a lot's going to happen in the next few years because that's how long we are slated to be together. Basically, we are now doing the extended director's cut of all three versions of all three movies of Lord of the Rings, because that's what tonight is going to be. So we have with me, of course, Matt Walsh, who is suffering, and Andrew Klavan, who is likely to suffer with me even more. Somehow Matt begged out of part of the show, which I got to say, that's a smooth move. Yeah, I know. I'm also confused as to how Matt is able to pull rank, and I'm stuck here all night with you, Klavan, as we go wall to wall on this coverage. It's a full-scale disaster. Folks, this is why you should subscribe for this kind of sparkling commentary. So I'll begin with Walsh, because I'm going to get my money's worth out of Walsh. He usually speaks in these Friendly Fire episodes. I should get 15 words out of Walsh in a typical Friendly Fire episode. So we have to get all 15 of them in before the actual State of the Union address, which is to begin at 9 p.m. So Matt Walsh, how pumped are you to be here for yet another State of the Union address? And can we expect your excitement levels to achieve the highest form of excitement, or will your soul leave your body? And how excited are you here?
Well, I don't have a soul to begin with, so it can't leave my body. What I'm excited about is that when you guys come back to talk about and analyze the State of the Union, I'm going to be fast asleep in bed. That's I don't know what story I gave them, but I'm just going to actually be asleep. That's the truth of it. Let's just be honest about it. Look, I mean, I feel the same way you do, Ben, about the State of the Union addresses. That obviously they're mostly pointless, and if there's any kind of movement in the polls, it will last for 5 seconds and it won't matter anymore. So that's generally the case. I do think that if there's any, if I were to predict that anything out of this, or if anything, makes an impact out of this speech, I would guess it's likely to be less what Trump says in the speech and more the antics of the Democrats. And I guess there's going to be fewer of them in the room now because a lot of them are boycotting. They're doing competing events. They've got their own competing State of the Union. I saw someone mention on Twitter. It's literally The Office. I mean, it's like something Michael Scott would do, and that's what they're doing now. But I expect that we heard about some of the illegal immigrants that are going to be attending. Ilhan Omar and others along with her. And so, but I expect that the Democrats in the room, they're probably going to get a lot of antics out of that. And so, if anything really makes an impact, it's going to be them embarrassing themselves. And I think we're kind of at a point. Look, I mean, the State of the Union has always been pointless. I think we're all on the same page. He should just send an email and be done with it. But if there was ever a time when there was any sort of function of the State of the Union, which I guess is supposed to be, you've got both sides that are there and they're kind of unified, and we're hearing the vision for the country going forward, and there's supposed to be a little show of kind of like unity and togetherness and some decorum. And I think that's kind of the point of it, the pageantry. But that's out the window now. We can't do that anymore. Those days are long gone. And so it just makes it all the more like, why are we even still doing this with the State of the Union? We're at a point now where the Democrats cannot even pretend to have any basic respect for the other side at all. They cannot do it. They refuse to do it. And so I imagine they're going to humiliate themselves.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I think it'll be amusing to see what sort of antics they play. Will there be juggling? Will eggs be hurled? Will they bring illegal immigrants into the chamber? That was mentioned by Cabot. I had not heard that, but again, I think it would be fabulous if Tom Homan just started muscling his way through the Democratic caucus with handcuffs and started dragging people away. That would be the best version of this. Matt and I were actually in the room for this last time, and so again, I'm jealous of Matt that he gets to go to sleep this evening. Andrew Klavan, I want to get your commentary on this because it will be your last commentary on this earth. Because while Matt's soul is likely to leave his body out of excitement, yours is likely to leave your body out of, death. But first, I do want to talk to you about the fact that you are still alive. And I feel like one of the reasons you are still alive is because you've been eating your fish. That's why. So I need you to tell me about Wild Alaskan.
I am a lifelong fisherman. Not many people know this. I used to fish every single day when I was young. I fished all over the place. I fished lakes. I fished in oceans and rivers. And one of my favorite places to fish was Alaska, because you can pull a halibut. If you hook a halibut, they don't fight. They just hang there on the line, but they're really heavy. So it's like lifting a piece of lead, and they just taste great. And that's why we can sell people with a good heart Wild Alaskan Company. It's the best way to get wild caught, perfectly portioned, nutrient dense seafood delivered directly to your door. It's not me delivering it, but it is my soul delivering it. You have not tasted any fish this good. It's 100% wild caught, never farmed. And this means there are no antibiotics, GMOs, or additives, just clean, real fish that support healthy oceans and fishing communities. I mean, you're allowed to eat fish, right, Ben?
Yes, I am allowed to eat fish. That is the thing that I'm allowed to eat. But honestly, the person in my office, because of kosher reasons, who has been enjoying the fish is producer Phil, who's looking fit as a fiddle and ready for love, as they say. Well, apparently it is sustainably sourced, wild caught from Alaska. Every order supports sustainable harvesting practices, and your membership delivers flexible shipments, expert tips, and truly feel-good seafood. Matt, I believe that you also are a fisherman. I'm surrounded by men of the wilderness. Matt, talk about how good this seafood is.
Yes, Ben, that's correct. I also enjoy fishing. It's one of my favorite things to do. And when I like to catch fish, but I can catch fish, but I prefer to have them sent to me. 'Cause it's a lot easier that way, and I don't have to prepare it either. So.
Well, thank you for that sterling endorsement, Matt Walsh. Not all fish are the same. Get seafood you can trust. Head on over to wildalaskan.com/friendlyfire for $35 off your first box of premium wild-caught seafood. That's wildalaskan.com/friendlyfire for $35 off your first order. Thanks to Wild Alaskan Company for sponsoring this episode of Friendly Fire. Okay, so Andrew, I was calling on you, and then I immediately shifted into the way that we make money, of course, which is our ads. So I'm going to throw it back to you because as the hours tick down on your life and you realize that you're going to have to spend the next several hours with me listening to an interminable address interrupted 1,273 times by applause, what are your last thoughts on this, Earth?
Yes, it's like head barreling into infinity. You know, what I kind of like about the Democrats is the last time there was a State of the Union, they behaved so badly that even they must have felt, if they have the capacity for shame, they must have felt a little bit of shame. I mean, Trump was praising a child with cancer and they sat on their hands. I mean, they couldn't applaud for anything at all. So the question was, they must have gathered together and thought, can we act like adults who respect our country and respect our fellow countrymen, taken a vote and said, no, we can't. So we're just not going to show up at all. They're going to sit at the children's table where you can throw food until mommy finds out. You can just play around and pretend that you're not part of the government. And I think that that's actually the state we're in. I think it is an amazing thing that we have reached a place where we have two major parties. One of them is kind of incompetent, the Republicans, but the other one is actually out to destroy the country. They actually feel, when they get up and they say things like there are no illegals on stolen land, they're actually saying this country doesn't belong here. You're not supposed to be here. And that we're supposed to vote for people, and people do vote for people whose entire intent is to shut the country down and make it go away. And they're ashamed of us, and they're ashamed of George Washington, they're ashamed of everything. So I think this is actually kind of a symbolic moment. I've come closer to you, Ben, on how I feel about the State of the Union. It never used to bother me, the imperial part of it, but now it kind of does. Now that our Congress is like a dead letter, that they're just sort of sitting around, the Supreme Court is trying to wake them up with like the shock paddles. Take back your powers. Like, no, don't make us take back our powers. Now it is kind of like having Caesar get up there and give a speech. So it's kind of I don't know, the whole thing is a disgrace on every side. And one thing you can be sure of is Trump will play right into that. He's going to be cursing out the Supreme Court.
That's the part that, I think that it's going to be an epic episode of Good Trump, Bad Trump, right? Which is something that I used to do on the show a lot, was the Good Trump, Bad Trump. I think you'll get some very good Trump. He's going to call on the U.S. men's hockey team, which is going to be great. Frankly, he should just call them down to the stage and just let them take the stage, and then he should just walk out. I think that'd be the best version of this. My ideal State of the Union here is men's hockey team at the front and Tom Homan arresting people in the back, and that's America. I think that's like the best version of this. But I think that the high points will obviously be him calling out some of the people. Erica Kirk is showing up as well, which I think is a terrific invitation by the president, obviously, in the face of Candace Owens' is tremendous evil, which I'm just going to put out there, which she's doing to Erica Kirk right now.
Fly by on a broomstick saying, send out Erica.
I mean, as a person who doesn't often use the adjective satanic, what Candace is doing right now is absolutely satanic to Erica Kirk. And I think Erica showing up at the State of the Union in honor of her husband, so the president can talk about left-wing violence against right-wingers, is absolutely good by the president, good on the president. For doing it. I think those will be high points. Again, I'll be a little surprised if the Democrats sit on their hands for those things, because I think that would be so unbelievable. I mean, you were right, Matt. Last year, they literally sat on their hands for a kid with cancer. So anything is possible at this point. But Matt, I want to ask you, if you were the president, what is the thing that you would say to turn this around? Because obviously he's kind of sinking in the approval ratings. He's not doing great. The generic congressional ballot has the Democrats up at 5 points. In all likelihood, that means the Republicans not only lose the House, but probably the Senate falls to 50-50. You're advising the president for a moment. You're writing his speech. What do you tell him to do?
Well, first I would tell him, get a better advisor, because I'm the worst person you could probably ask this question to. And I will say that I do enjoy that this is the most cynical and depressing intro to a State of the Union that we've and we've given some bad ones. Like it just gets worse every year. But for good reason. No, the thing is, and it's kind of funny, because although we feel this way about the State of the Union, I mean, Trump does have actually things to celebrate. He has real achievements. Let's start with the fact that closing down the southern border is a real significant historic achievement that has made America a better place. Doesn't solve all of our problems, but it's something that no president was able to do before him, and that's not his only achievement. So he's got real things to talk about, real things that he can kind of brag about. And so if I'm advising him, it's real simple. Just focus on those things. I mean, yeah, the great patriotic moments, talking about the Olympics, going to the hockey team, that's all great. But talk about the things that you've achieved, the real things. Yeah, we want to talk about the future also. What do you want to do in the future? But part of the point of the State of the Union is supposed to be here. Where this is where we are right now. This is the state of things right now. So it's kind of also a review of the past year, and being able to highlight those things, and also again being able to contrast that with how the Democrats react to it. I mean, politically, that's going to be very powerful, because I think that, as you mentioned, we saw this last year in the room, that they refused to applaud anything. It didn't matter what he said. And so I would guess, I mean, this is one prediction I'll make, is that when he has the line about political violence, condemning political violence, and he mentions Erica, I'm going to guess that a lot of Democrats are not going to applaud that, because they're going to perceive that correctly in a lot of ways as a repudiation of them, because all the political violence is coming from the left, and these are the people that have explicitly or implicitly encouraged it. So I think even something like that, we're not going to get a unified response, and that will tell the American people a lot, I think.
So, Drew, I'm going to ask you the same question. You're now advising the president. And aside from telling him that he probably should not say that the Supreme Court is in the pay of a foreign power, and that also he's amazing at reading legal opinions, what else would you tell the president to highlight?
I think a key thing here, the polls are really bad for the president. People are actually saying that they were better off a year ago. And it's hard for me to see how that could possibly be true. I mean, not only is the border closed, crime is down, drug use is down, imports of drugs are down. All of these things have actually improved, but it's got to be about the economy. And I think the affordability question. And the thing, I do not believe it would be possible to impress this on Donald Trump, but it's not a bad idea for him to acknowledge the fact that people are unhappy. This is something I used to say through the whole Biden administration. People were going, the inflation is killing us. And Biden's people would come out and say, no, you're really happy. Things are great. And I thought, I think people know when they can't make the rent. I think people know when they can't get their kids the Christmas presents they want. I think they know when they're not buying the same foods they would be able to afford before. So if people are saying they're unhappy about the economy, they probably are. And there's probably no chart you can point to and no statistic you can point to that's going to make them feel better. So it wouldn't be a bad thing if Trump could muster up just that little mustard seed of humility. And I know, don't laugh when I say Trump and humility in the same sentence, but if he could just muster that little bit of humility to say, hey, I know this is not going as fast as I wish it would, but it is going to go faster, and this is why. And I think that that's just something that is not in Trump's repertoire, and yet I think it would go a long way to just say, it's not always about Donald Trump. It's sometimes about the people, and the people do feel bad about the economy. I'm a little surprised by that. It does seem to me that things have picked up, that not only has inflation gone down, but wages have actually gone up and outstripped inflation. But apparently people are not feeling that yet, and hopefully they will soon, and hopefully that'll turn around the predictions about the midterms. So that would be my main thing.
For my part, I will say that I think that the thing that has been missing, and this is true for both parties, I think the president has done an amazing job of fixing many of the problems left in his lap by Joe Biden. I think that wiping out DEI, closing the southern border, as Matt mentions, going after the transgender agenda, right? These are all huge gaping holes in the American psyche that the president has done a great job of working to heal. I think that what people are missing, and I think where people are feeling dyspeptic, which is my new favorite word, and also just feeling uneasy in their stomachs, is they don't know what are they supposed to think the country looks like in 3 years. Matt, you've talked a lot about AI. There are a lot of worries out there about AI, and I don't think those worries are completely unjustified. Again, I tend to be more of a tech optimist. Matt would like to take every computer apparently in America and just smash it with a hammer, sort of like Office Space. But I think that Matt's sentiment, even for people who are tech optimists, we're like, well, I think it'll be okay, but I'm not kind of sure it's going to be okay. And I think there are a lot of people out there who are wondering, what does life actually look like 3 years from now? So listing off the accomplishments is one thing, but saying, look, here is what you can look forward to, right? If things go the way that I want them to go, here is what industries are looking like. Here's what your job looks like in a couple of years. Here's what the international scene looks like in a couple of years, right? Just read the trend lines that I've created and take people to a future and then say, And if you stick with me, we can get to this future together. And that's something that actually no president that I can remember has actually ever done. I think they virtually all talked about the thing they did in the last year, but none of them has actually talked about what they want the future to look like in sort of real terms that people can wrap their brains around. The White House did, on their YouTube feed, actually put out an AI. We'll talk about things that I have wonders whether they help. They put out an AI of President Trump listing his accomplishments. It is a little weird and makes me also want to smash computers with a hammer, actually. It is the president. I don't know why. There is a senator in the background who apparently is wearing a neck brace. I don't know. Teddy Kennedy's been dead for a long time. And so I'm not sure what's going on right there. This is a visual of the president apparently taking an oath of office while also listing all of it. Like, so I don't know what's going on here, honestly. And it makes me very disquieted about AI. Guys, you need to stop showing. We're in the uncanny valley. I can't do this. You need to take it away.
One of the things that really bothers me about the conversation, the American conversation, is we've skipped over that part where people say, like, wow, human beings invented artificial intelligence. We don't even do that anymore. We go right to the disaster. It's like they come in, look, mother, look, I've invented artificial intelligence. Oh my God, we're all going to die. And I really do think the tech optimism is more realistic at this point than, the Terminator coming to life. I think that it's a shame that we have no way of talking. We can't even win a hockey match without people screaming at each other about some stupid comment in a locker room. It's really bad that this conversation is now just, we immediately go to the anger and the hostility.
Well,
what is
the anger. Go, do it. Go to the anger, Matt. Go.
Good. What is the tech? This is what I'd love to hear to the State of the Union. I'd love to hear someone address it, because this is a very real concern that a lot of people have. It's very, very real, and I'm certainly not the only one. Because when I look at it, as I've expressed a million times, what I see is a very high probability that at a minimum in the short to mid-term, AI is going to come in, already has come in, and is going to wipe out millions and millions and millions of jobs. And that's already happening. So it's not even like I'm predicting it. That's already happening. The only prediction is that it's going to accelerate, and I think that we have every reason to think that it will. So that's what is almost certainly going to happen. What's the optimistic vision? Why shouldn't we freak out about this?
Okay, so
that's what I'd love for someone to explain.
I agree, and this is why, again, I think that it would be great if you did. I mean, if I were writing the speech for the president, what I would probably say is your medical care is going to get wildly cheaper and better because of AI, which is just true. It's going to get so much cheaper and so much better in the next 5 years. It's going to make your head explode with how good it is. The possibility of you being able to organize your life in better ways is already here. I mean, cloud AI is doing extraordinary stuff in terms of you being able to organize your workflow. Small businesses are going to be able to start, because the cost of starting a small business is going to be reduced so much you won't have to take out big debts in order to go hire 5 people to start your business. You're going to be able to use AI to do all that sort of work. You as a worker are going to become significantly more productive, which means that presumably your hours will be able to be shorter because you're able to be so much more productive with this stuff. There's going to be expansion, particularly in industries where you use your hands. There's going to be a lot of expansion in industries where the human body actually matters. The places that are going to get hit pretty hard are the white collar industries, and particularly kind of the lower half of white collar. You're going to see legal get smoked. So if you really love lawyers, maybe you should be mad at AI. But if you're one of the people who's been making lawyer jokes for the last half century, then probably you're a happy camper. So there are a bunch of things about AI that actually are going to be quite awesome. And I also do not think that the best form of AI is going to be AI alone. I think it's going to be like people who play chess. Yes, computers are better than humans at chess on an average level, but the best version is a great person who is great at chess with a great computer. Doing that is actually the best version. That would actually be the pitch. I'd love to hear somebody make that pitch, actually. But here is my pitch to you. If you want the best in investigative reporting, actual facts in your news and opinions from the most trusted names in conservative media, you need to subscribe right now at dailywireplus.com. We are quickly expanding. That only happens because of members like you. Again, please head on over to dailywireplus.com so we can get you more fabulous investigative material and, of course, sparkling commentary from the likes of those that you're hearing right now. Okay, so to take it away from the State of the Union for just a second, and to take it toward what I think everybody really has their eye on, which is the midterm elections. So, Matt, I want to get your take on where you think we are with the midterms, what to expect, and again, more broadly, how can the president kind of shift the momentum and turn things around?
Well, I think it's everything we've been covering. There's a perception in America that, as we've talked about in the polls, that we're sort of worse off than we were a year ago. I think that is objectively just not actually true. But that's the perception people have, and elections are all perception. Politics is all perception. It's all that matters. And so you need to change that perception. And you know, highlighting all the wins is one way to do it. I think the messaging on that, it's not all about messaging, but the messaging on that obviously has not been clear enough. I mean, if we can agree that things are by almost every metric, things actually are not worse now than they were under Biden. If we can agree on that, and yet there's this perception that it is, then it's hard for me to see that as anything but a messaging failure. What else can we call that? And so I think that's going to be the key, not just in the State of the Union, but going forward into the midterm elections, is a kind of clear, coherent, unified message addressing that.
Yeah, I think one of the things, Drew, and I want to get your take on this, were it to be I advising the administration, the thing I've been saying forever, all Americans want is normalcy. That's all they want. They just want things to be quiet and normal. That's all. And so if you are able for 5 seconds to deploy people in your administration who are effective at making things be quiet and normal, this means Tom Homan and not, for example, Kristi Noem at DHS. This means, for example, Scott Bessent at Treasury and not Howard Lutnick over at Commerce. It means that if you deploy people who are pros, Marco Rubio in the State Department, who's doing a fabulous job, if you deploy the pros and you tell the American people, listen, we're taking mainstream normie positions that 65%, 70% of the American public agrees with, like deport criminal illegal immigrants. And Democrats are out there unified, ICE out. That, to me, has always been the Trump pitch. And the problem for, I think, President Trump has always been that the actual policy that he effectuates is at war with his rhetoric. Because the policy is always this kind of 65% policy, and he has a really good finger on the pulse of what that feels like, which is why he shifts and he moves when he feels like he doesn't have the pulse. But his rhetoric is always sort of the most extreme and inane version of that thing. And I think that's, at a certain point, the American people are tired. I think that's what you're getting right now. I think the American people are extremely tired. We are 1 year into the Trump administration, too. And it feels like we are all Drew's age, and I'm 42. and Drew feels like he's been around since the 17th century. That
Which is
I
actually have. That is one thing. But no, I always ask myself, whenever I watch the Democrats, when the Democrats were in power, when Joe Biden, the worst president in my lifetime, which, as you say, goes back infinitely, when he was in power, I kept seeing things like this. They say, let's cut little boys' testicles off and turn them into little girls. Let's hire people according to the color of their skin. Let's make, women into men and men into women and have them play women's sports. And then they come out and find out they were unpopular, and they say, it must be our messaging. You go like, no, it's not your messaging. And in the same way, I think with Donald Trump, there is, a style and substance difference that is really unnerving to people and plays into the prejudices of the media. So, I mean, Trump says things that he shouldn't say, and I'm sorry. I keep saying this on my show all the time because it's so old-fashioned and yet so true. Manners actually matter. It's good manners. You can get very far with good manners and determination, just as far, if not further, than you can get with determination and bad manners. And so, as always, with all of us, Trump's flaws and his strengths are the same. And one of his great strengths is the fact that he's willing to break the rules. He's willing to go into be the bull in the china shop. He's willing to say, oh, yeah, we've done this way for 50 years. It's not working. Let's stop. That is a wonderful trait that Donald Trump has that makes him who he is. But by the same token, he does the same thing with the way he treats people. Usually you don't fire people like in public on the air. No, that's the way I'm going to do it. Usually you don't call the Supreme Court, say they're in the pay of foreign powers. You have some respect for the law. Nah, I'm not going to do that. So that same kind of unbridled, feeling that he brings to his substance, which is great, he brings to his style, which is not so great.
Well, I think this is where, again, the president is at his best. Where he can really deploy that is when he's got his book of enemies open, and because he is absolutely the most effective destroyer in modern American history. What I've always said about the president is that he has the art of politics is making it very hard to vote for your opponents and easy to vote for you. And he's always been amazing at the former and, kind of mixed bag at the latter. Right? He's great at making it hard to vote for Democrats. And so the question, Matt, is who again, the president is looking for a target. What is the target? Who is the target? How does he singularly polarize around a Democratic target? Who's the target-rich environment that he should be going after right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think they all kind of are. The good thing that we have, and we're talking about returning Americans want normal. We want a sense of normalcy. I think that's true. And it brings to mind Gavin Newsom, who just, I think yesterday, was on CNN saying that, well, the Democrats need to be a little bit more culturally normal. So he's doing his whole moderate shtick, which of course is a shtick. He mentions pronouns, so he said maybe we won't be so focused on the pronouns. Very boldly coming out against the pronoun thing 4 years after that peaked anyway. But the advantage that Trump has and Republicans have is that Democrats actually can't do that. Like, at least in theory, Republicans can be normal. Many times a lot of weird stuff happens among Republicans, but they can be normal. That is a possible thing. With Democrats, it's not even possible. It's like inherently impossible because they're progressive. And so what that means, and they would even admit this if you framed it in a more positive way, but it means that it's a constant state of transformation all the time. So there's always a new normal. And so if there's always a new normal, it means that there's never a normal at all. And so Democrats are just not capable of it. I mean, they literally march under a banner that says dismantle. They are the party. They are the side that uses a word like dismantle in a positive way. Conservatives almost never do that. And what are they always trying to dismantle? It's always like fundamental aspects of human society, nuclear family, and so on.
Human nature,
so,
too, yeah.
Right, exactly. So they can't do that. They can talk about it, but they can't actually do it. It's totally against their political project, and Republicans can. And so that's an advantage, and that's maybe something that Trump could try to highlight.
We do have some people arriving at the State of the Union address. Again, many Democrats are not showing up tonight. I wish I had not showed up tonight, but here we are all together, suffering through this together. There's some old people. You can see them. I'm not talking about Klavan again. Those are some old people who people elected. I don't know why. It's just the way this thing works. This elected government of ours is going so well. I believe that's Senators McCormick and Tim Sheehy. McCormick, of course, from Pennsylvania. Tim Sheehy from Montana. And then there are a bunch of people I don't recognize. So, I'm doing a great job. My color commentary here. Wait until I do tennis. He hits the ball and then he also hits the ball. I know that Kalshi, our sponsor, also has a rundown on what Trump is going to say during the State of the Union. If you are feeling lucky and inspired, you can get into the action yourself with the help of our sponsors over at Kalshi. You can head on over to kalshi.com/friendlyfire. Prediction markets are forecasting the odds of President Trump saying words like Somalis, ballroom, fake news, and hoax. Of those, I feel like there's also some odds on surprise guests. I feel like of those words, I'm gonna go hoax. I feel like hoax is always a good standby. A prediction bonanza unseen since the Super Bowl. So definitely check it out right now. Some of the markets, what will Trump say during the State of the Union? So as I say, some of those words will undoubtedly come up. I believe that there is, ballroom is at 50-some%. Hoax is at 50-some%. People are very optimistic about him saying words. So that's exciting news from our friends over here. There is also,
might improve the State of the Union.
Yeah, exactly. There's also a prediction market on who is going to attend the State of the Union. No points for Macho Man Randy Savage. But I don't know, guys. I'm punch drunk already. We haven't even begun this thing yet. If you have any idea where to go from here, you let me know. This is why Knowles usually runs Friendly Fire, because believe it or not, it's the only thing he is more professional at than I. But the reason Knowles is not with us is because Knowles is actually at the State of the Union address. So is Isabel
Brown. That's how low they have sunk in the State of the Union.
I know, they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Truly scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Unless he's the usher. I mean, I could see him being the usher.
My assumption is that in order for you to go to the State of the Union, you have to be hit in the teeth with a hockey stick. So I volunteer right now to make that happen.
That would actually improve Knowles' face.
Okay, so Matt, I do want your rant on how much Canada sucks, because that was pretty great. I mean, the United States, if you could not feel a surge of pride at us defeating our communist northern neighbors who murder the disabled, then I'm not sure what exactly we're doing here.
Yeah, it was the first hockey game that I've watched all the way through, and it was pretty exciting, and but most exciting just to watch Canada get vanquished. And what makes it so hilarious, of course, as many people have pointed out, is that hockey is the only thing they know how to do. It's their only sport. It's their only activity. They put their kids in hockey when they're like 6 months old. And for us, it's a niche interest. It's like not even a top 5 sport. We barely even know it exists. And then we just kind of wander over there. We're like, yeah, fine, we'll take the gold in that. So my whole pitch was that I think we should just do this now. And I think our next project should be assemble the greatest cricket team that the world has ever seen, and then go and dominate in cricket. And I want a bunch of drunk Americans going to the Cricket World Series or whatever it's called, tailgating outside, being obnoxious, bragging. We don't even know how the game is played or anything about it. And that's what I think we should do. And I will also say, just on the Canada point, that I'm not totally making the argument that we absolutely should invade Canada and depose its regime, but I am saying that given that America has done this, and we just did it in Venezuela, many of the arguments that have applied and have justified those actions, if you favored them, really do apply to Canada. It's not a crazy thing to talk about. And as you mentioned, Ben, I mean, they are in the middle of a campaign of eugenics. They are executing, not terminally ill people, but thousands of people who are, just chronically ill, which is to say they're sick, but they're not going to die of the sickness. And that's just what they're burning down churches, not arresting anybody for it. A partial birth abortion. I mean, it's really just a parade of atrocities in Canada. And so I don't know, it's something we should talk about. Maybe Trump will speculate about it in the State of the Union. I would love that.
Well, also, by the way, we should mention here, before Walsh ducks out and gets his nighty-night sleep, that he has a new episode of Real History that is out right now about the real history of Native Americans, about American Indians. That episode is episode 2 in his wildly popular Real History series. Matt, maybe you want to give people a quick rundown. By the way, you can only get that if you subscribe, because if you don't give us money, then we can't do things at this company, people. So if you want to see that and also give us money, then you should definitely subscribe to see Matt's Real History. Matt, give a little bit of a pitch to episode 2 for yourself.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. This was a fun one to do, and it's a topic that's really interested me for a long time. I've been on this soapbox about the Native Americans for a long time. It's really important because we heard it from Billie Eilish at the Grammys, and this is the idea that America is built on stolen land. We have no right to be here. And that idea, as silly as it is, has been very persuasive to a lot of people. It's been a justification for some of the worst policies that we've ever seen, and some of the worst tyranny in this country and in places like Canada as well. Well, so part of what we're doing in this episode is kind of inspecting that claim. Is that actually true? What actually happened with the Native Americans? What's the real story? We hear about the Trail of Tears, the smallpox blankets. Well, it turns out when you look into it, all that stuff is fake, And we go into that and in great detail, which, as you say, if you subscribe, you can hear all about it.
All right, so Matt, I appreciate that, and I know that you're going to stay with us for a few more minutes while we watch a bunch of people walk into a room. So that's really, really exciting. Drew, what do you think of what they're wearing? What do you make? What is Chief Justice Roberts wearing? What do you make of his robe? Is it the most elegant robe, or only the second most elegant robe you've ever seen?
I appreciate John Roberts trying to revive our Congress. I thought that was so touching. It's like, couldn't Congress do something sometimes? Come on. Even the guys who agreed with him, the left-wing judges were like, no, we don't want that. We just want to wait until Trump is gone. We want to say Trump can't do it, but our president can do it when he arrives. But John Roberts was like, please, Congress, do something. And poor Clarence Thomas was going, Congress? Is there still a Congress? I don't remember that, So I'm glad John Roberts is there. I appreciate the sentimental attempt to keep the American system alive. I thought I was very moved by that. And I know that I'm sure the people in Congress were like going, shh, we don't want to do that. No. Because, then if we do things, people will blame us for them. So I think that's, that John Roberts deserves to show up in his robes and look like a justice from the old America where we had a Congress.
I'll be honest. I'm just looking forward to watching the president jump out of the dais and full on pile drive John Roberts. It'll be really entertaining. I'm rooting for pyrotechnics at this point. Speaking of lack of pyrotechnics, if there's one place more boring than the inside of the State of the Union, it's outside the State of the Union, where Brecca is on the mall watching a bunch of elderly Democrats mill around uselessly. So, Brecca, what is happening out there? Is it the most exciting scene?
It is a small crowd, still not much of an update. We just had Chris Van Hollen talk to people. He talked about Minneapolis and how people need to be like the protesters in Minneapolis and, rise ahead into the event, whatever. And then other update, we just had a national scientist. So, not much going on.
Wow, so excellent reporting, Brecca. I mean, you're right in the thick of things where all the action is happening. Yeah, I'm very excited that we have this sort of minute to minute. What's happening? Something. Nope, nothing happening. Brecca, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Honestly, I love that they're bringing forth, the real go-getters like Chris Van Hollen. They're like, you know what? We got to get the guy who really going to sell this thing. Let's get Chris Van Hollen, most recently seen like a schmuck down in El Salvador, hanging out with Camaro Abrego Garcia, the guy who's alleged to have beaten his wife. Well, meanwhile, the first family has arrived in the box. Barron Trump, whose head stretches all the way to the top of the Capitol dome, is standing there. Melania has entered. The president's other children are there as well. So they are all. I would
like to praise Melania for a moment. Melania has become, for me, the symbol of how petty and small-hearted and small-minded the left is. I mean, look at that woman. There's a beautiful first lady that we've got. She hasn't been on the cover of one lousy magazine. Can you imagine the small, kind of like miserly pinch-heartedness of going, we're not going to let her on the magazine because people might think she was pretty.
Dude, the magazines are so bad that Time magazine featured Eileen Gu. Like the lady, the Chinese, the traitor, like yeah, exactly. and meanwhile, you've got the American hockey team with some of the greatest photos of all time. Didn't make the cover of Time. The secretaries are entering the chamber. Yeah, they are. Secretary of State Marco Rubio entered just a moment ago. There you have RFK Jr., who thankfully for us is wearing a shirt and not jeans today. So that's exciting. He's not doing any push-ups on the floor of the chamber. Again, I was kind of rooting for it. Also, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is there as well.
Can I say something? Actually, can I say something about Melania? I really resent her. Actually, I actually really resent her. No, I do, because up until a month ago, I had the biggest opening weekend for any documentary at the box office of the decade, and then she comes along and.
She blew you
out
of the water.
It's not fair. She had the President of the United States at the premiere. It's like, I can't compete with that.
Matt, I think the moral of the story is next documentary, you try on so many shoes. The number of shoes that you try on, pantsuits, like we really go for it. I think we're going to have to blow out the budget on footwear for Matt Walsh is I think what we need to happen for the next. It's called What Am I Wearing? That is the next Matt Walsh
and
documentary.
It was unfair because they unleashed the same amount of hate against her that they unleashed against you, and she was just showing off her clothes. It's like that's truly unfair. Yeah.
I gotta work hard for the hate. So that's the other thing,
I know. You gotta work for your hatred. Yeah.
Well, we are awaiting the president entering the chamber for the State of the Union. When that happens, we are going to obviously go to the State of the Union. You can watch it live here and stick with us. And then afterward, stick around because Matt is going to go to sleep, but the rest of us are going to stay here and suffer through this interminable evening with you. There will be drinks. There won't be hard drugs because I know that there are law enforcement authorities watching. But we will be here back with you on the other end for all of our hot takes. Michael Knowles will somehow make his way to a place where we can talk to him. God love us all. And others. A wild cast of luminaries will be joining us post the State of the Union after the president speaks, which may or may not end anytime in the future. So we still have people who are entering the chamber. This is happening slowly. Matt and I were there last year. Matt, it was like 20 minutes late, right? It was 15, 20 minutes late, something like that, 10 minutes late. It took a while. Yeah,
and the speech was very, very long.
It was.
You can't get up to use the bathroom at any point, which I started to worry about that a little bit about 2/3 of the way through. I'm just like, but that's even rougher for the president. I've always wondered what do you do if you're the president giving the speech and you got to use the bathroom? These are the questions that are never asked.
The Mike Mulligan and the steam shovel questions, and obviously the president has tremendous stamina. He loves going on stem winders at these things. And I think that caffing is not an inappropriate solution for some people who are in that room, pretty obviously.
This is the worst commentary ever.
You know what, Drew? You take the lead, all right? It's all you. Let's see you do better, Drew. Hypercritical.
Let's talk.
Picayune.
Let's talk about movies.
Over here. What movies are we going to talk about? Wuthering Heights? Wuthering Heights. Oh my God. By the way, we totally could. It was horrific.
The book isn't that good. I mean, I've been.
Oh my God, that's where you're going to?
But I've always been a big Jane Eyre fan. I've never thought that Wuthering Heights was that good a book.
Okay, well, that was a really interesting conversation. By the way, we're building something bigger than just another news outlet. Daily Wire Plus gives you live uncensored shows every day. You can see why normally we'd like to censor them because of this. Breaking news in real time and investigative journalism that gives you the real story. No algorithms deciding what you get, no outside pressure telling us what to say. And if you believe in that mission, head on over to dailywire.com, become a member today. I can't believe that your take on Wuthering Heights, Drew, is that you don't like the book. Okay,
I haven't seen the movie. I haven't seen the movie.
Do not.
Do I want to see the movie? No.
You do not.
I mean, it looks terrible. Yeah.
You've seen the 1939 version, right?
Yeah, which is good. That's actually a good movie because they only did the first half of the book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fabulous movie with Merle Oberon and Laurence Olivier. Terrific film with a great score. This movie is one of the worst movies ever, and it's truly immoral and quite evil and quite terrible. Well, speaking of I don't know, whatever. There are a bunch of people who are coming in. Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA, is entering. Other cabinet secretaries entering. There's a very beardy fellow in the back who I don't recognize. And so I'll just physically describe people. Oh, my God. Matt, I can't. You know what, Matt? Say something. Say something, Matt. Save me from myself.
That was a great transition. Speaking of, I don't know, whatever. That was good. I really appreciated that. I'm enjoying watching you, Ben, try to fill your way through this thing.
I know.
Look,
we can talk about Mexico because finally I am now the only person on earth with the nickname El Mencho. that was a good thing. They killed El Mencho, leaving me the highest ranked person with that nickname.
It is something to say that in the last week we have defeated both of our neighbors at their top sport.
Exactly. And another thing about Canada. I have another thing to say about Canada. Not only are they killing people, but they're bad sports. They complained about, they said we played better than the Americans because we got more shots. You know, the goalie was this amazing, and the goalie must be Flash from the comics. He was like just moving around, blocking every shot. And somebody has to explain to the Canadians that it doesn't matter how many shots you take. It actually matters how many pucks go into the goal. So I think that alone
that is stellar sports commentary. It does not matter how many shots you take.
That is my reason for invading them. That is my reason for invading them.
It looks like they are about to welcome the president. I know. How long am I supposed to stretch this? It's unbelievable. The vice president and the speaker of the House are, of course, behind the president of the United States. We are moments away from the president of the United States entering the chamber, and the State of the Union will begin shortly. There is the special envoy for the president on foreign policy, that's Steve Witkoff, who's been entering the room. The Democrats are not sort of garbed in their usual. Usually they have kind of these matching Halloween costumes that they wear.
Costumes they wear, yeah.
Yeah. Last year they did the all white routine.
Yep.
This year I guess they wore their invisibility cloaks. Many, a lot of those seats are clear. Matt, I've run out of things to say. Continue, whatever it was that you were doing. I know it's criticism of me, but you know what? I can take it. We need to fill this time somehow. Go for it.
You've run out of things to say, so you throw to me. I'm your guy. I'm your guy you bring in.
I'm getting my money's worth from you, Matt Walsh. Like, for God's sake, you get to ditch us all in the middle of this and go enjoy your family. And meanwhile...
We could do a live stream of me sleeping if we want. I mean, we could just cut to that.
That would be a little more exciting. But can we exult in the fact that the Democrats didn't show up and they're still humiliating themselves?
We can.
Said nobody's there. You know?
By the way, I will say, more seriously, it could theoretically be an important speech. Really, it could, because we are sort of at an inflection point in the Trump presidency. If things keep going the way they are going for the president, and the midterms go the wrong way, it's going to be very difficult for him to effectuate his agenda. This is an opportunity where all the networks and we are live casting this entire thing. And that means that if he says something that truly is outstanding, or if there's anything clippable or memeable that comes out of it, then theoretically it could open a new front in sort of the narrative war that he's going to have to fight leading up to the midterm election. So
I think also this is an opportunity to aggressively defend ICE. You have the bully pulpit, and I mean, we saw the Kalshi. Is he going to say the word Somalis? I hope he does, because let's talk about the Somalis and what they're doing and why ICE is there and who they're deporting. And this is an opportunity to really highlight that.
And also, I mean, when did it become all right to throw things at law enforcement? I mean, can we not talk about is that like just normal? Oh, what's happening now? Something.
Well, now that the president is about to enter the chamber, he's coming in right now.
We've been rescued by Donald Trump. I think this is like...
once again, just like 2024 election, we've been rescued by the president. So here he is entering the chamber. Obviously, if Matt and I were there last year, Drew, you've never been there, so you can't be part of this conversation.
Won't let me in.
No, I know. I mean, you've never received this honor, which I think is fitting. And typically when this happens, there's a big crowd that sort of comes around the president, people taking selfies with the president for postcards back home and such. And he's getting a big hand. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, is behind him. You see him entering slowly. It takes him a while to get to the podium, obviously. You can see the Democrats are sort of standing there, turning the other way or ignoring him. You have a couple of Congress people who are wearing the MAGA hats. Obviously, the president, I'm sure, is going to be quite happy about that. The Republicans, happy to see the president, obviously, as you would expect and suspect. So you can watch, as we say, the entire thing live. On the after end of this, we are going to be talking with various members of the Daily Wire team. Mary Margaret Olahan is going to be with us. So will Michael Knowles. He will stop by to explain what he saw in the room. The president continues to make his way down. I have to say, does the man ever age? He's exactly the same age as when he came down the escalator in 2015. It is really kind of an incredible thing.
Yeah. There is a picture of him in the hall at the White House. He gets older and older, but and he is, he's also got he's still got a lot of verve, a lot of energy. He's just like, the New York Times has been running these series of articles every now and again on how he's falling apart. And it's like everything else in the New York Times. When you compare it to reality, there's no match whatsoever. He's just an incredibly energetic person. He's a good advertisement for not drinking. Luckily, I haven't taken that on board, but still.
Unfortunately, he's also a great advertisement for not exercising, since he famously does not exercise in order to preserve his life force. And he looks great. I mean, really, like eat like trash, but don't have beer, and also don't exercise. And you too can be president of the United States and be extraordinarily well preserved. This is why it was always so funny. Democrats trying to come back at the president with, just like Joe, you're just like Joe Biden. And it was like, no, you know what he's not like is Joe Biden, who was legitimately a barely ambulatory corpse by the time he left the office. So Isabel Brown is there tonight as well. So half the Daily Wire team or more is there. He is walking by John Roberts. He kind of walked right by John Roberts and right over to Brett Kavanaugh, which is not exactly surprising. He kind of ignored Amy Coney Barrett right there. He's shaking the hands of the Supreme Court justices. He's playing Duck Duck Goose with the Supreme Court justices, basically. And now he is greeting the chiefs of staff for the armed forces of the military, and making his way up onto the podium. Democrats are standing there, not clapping. You can see Elizabeth Warren in the background as non-moving as the statue we have of her in our studios. And the president is making his way up to the podium right now. He is getting a big ovation from the Republican side of the aisle, of course. J.D. Vance behind him, the vice president, Speaker of the House behind him as well. The president is approaching the microphone. He's going to wave to the room a little bit. I assume that in a couple of moments he will begin to speak. Everyone on the Republican side of the aisle on their feet, up to and including the rafters. The Trump family, which of course is very large, is up in the rafters cheering. You can see there's tremendous enthusiasm from the Republican side of the aisle, the president pointing to members of the crowd, clapping as he prepares to walk forward to the speech. Again, one of the benefits of having Mike Johnson behind the president is that he won't be ripping up the president's speech in the immediate aftermath of the State of the Union address. The president turning to the vice president as well as the speaker. In just a moment, he will be approaching the microphone to begin speaking. All right, in just a moment, we're going to go live to the president of the United States in the room. Pretty long ovation here for the president.
It's good. It's good color commentary, Ben.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You know,
good.
like,
I got a lot of respect. I have more respect now for the cable news people that they could just kind of
wing it and say nothing.
Wing it over these moments. It actually
listen, dude. You know what? I have a pathological aversion to saying nothing, and they put me on the air here, and they're like, you know what? Fill 20 minutes while he walks down a hall.
I do not have that. I don't have that aversion at all.
I noticed. Somebody's got to fill the time, dude. And one of the three of us, will just sit there for long periods of time saying nothing quite comfortably. And somebody's got to say something. All right. Finally.
Members of Congress have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years, in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline. in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year, we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. They do. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics, I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, The spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing costs of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new rate Taxpayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA, and it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things, you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America. Came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged. Shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like Perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily. One meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. No, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
It was punctuated by some pretty horrific Democratic behavior, which I think is going to be the story of the night. The president was obviously in fine fettle. He was in a very good mood throughout. There were some pretty great call-outs in the audience, a lot of call-outs in the audience. He is, last year he did a thing where somebody was essentially made an honorary member of the Secret Service in the audience. He did that a couple of times. This time, somebody was given the Congressional Medal of Honor. Somebody who was announced was going to receive the Presidential Medal of Honor. But again, I think the big headline coming out of this, aside from the length of the speech, which ran almost 2 hours, it ran approximately an hour and 48 minutes for those who are in the Kalshi markets. I believe that is the official time. We'll find out shortly. With that said, the big thing to me, Drew, and we're here with Andrew Klavan and Mary Margaret Olohan, the big thing to me, Drew, was the behavior of the Democrats, which you predicted it. We all sort of thought it was going to happen. Uniquely bad tonight, pretty horrific all the way through. We saw particularly Democrats sitting on their hands at odd moments. The president specifically called it out at one moment where he said, I basically cannot believe that you are sitting for this, when he said, why are you, basically, we stand for Americans, we work for Americans, we don't work for illegal immigrants. And Democrats sat on their hands. And I think he almost couldn't believe that they were going to fall for this trick. And then they fell for the trick. And of course, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib made fools of themselves. What was your big takeaway, Drew?
The only thing I would say differently than that is I don't think the takeaway was how badly they acted. I think it's how brutally he slapped them down. And I am not somebody who's always in favor of Trump's tendency to brutality against his enemies, but tonight I was, because the Democrats have been behaving like this for years. They've been behaving like this is not their country, that this country is not our country, that this is not the place they work for. The only time they cite American freedoms is when they're defending a gangster or an illegal immigrant or a killer. They never cite them in favor of actual American natives. They have embarrassed themselves. They've humiliated themselves. They've shown themselves to be petty and nasty and small. And he maneuvered them into this situation where he dug the pit, but they had to walk into it, and they did. And I was sitting there. I have to say, these speeches are not always the most interesting. This was a long speech. It had moments where it seemed to be go on forever. But in that moment, I sat up straight, and I was watching people get what they deserve. And I'm not for vengeance, but I am for justice, and that was justice. And I just thought it was terrific to watch this master of the put-down find a group of people who had earned every little bit of it. And I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was great. And obviously, I love all the celebrations of great heroes, the hockey players, Erica Kirk, it's wonderful. But that was just magnificent. And as you say, it was two things he did. He said, we are here. Our first job is to protect American citizens, not illegal immigrants. They sat on their hands. And then he told the story of a woman essentially being legally kidnapped so that they could trans her into a man. And he said, when they sat on their hands, then he said, you people are crazy. I just thought that was absolutely great. I'm telling you, if they hadn't earned it, I would think it was uncivil, but it was just right. He did the right thing, and it was great.
Well, Mary Margaret Olohan, our White House reporter, is here with us. So, Mary Margaret, you were in the room for it. What was sort of the mood? Obviously, when you have these sorts of events, you have the Republicans on one side of the aisle, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle. The big game seems to be now trying to figure out when Democrats stand, when they don't stand. Were there any moments where they actually stood in unity, or was it pretty much on their hands the entire time?
No, I wouldn't say there were any moments when everyone stood in unity. I think, many of them stood for Charlie Kirk, thankfully, and there was chants of Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Not everyone stood for him. And I think, in general, the mood in the room was the Democrats on the one hand, kind of saltily sitting around, and then a few of the more radical Democrats shouting, yelling. In fact, I'm hearing from other reporters in the room, I didn't hear it myself, that Ilhan Omar said the F word at one point towards Trump. Can't confirm that myself, but again, that's what other reporters are saying. And then meanwhile, the president himself, the reporters at Daily Wire, we were all talking about this earlier, his mood was almost jovial. It was exuberant. He was just so excited going into this speech all the way through it. And I listened to the president a lot. I spent a lot of time listening to his remarks. He sailed through this speech. He, touched on every single point, on every single guest, but he moved really quickly through it. It wasn't really the more weavy speech that we might have been expecting, that we might have even seen last year. And to me, Ben and Drew, I think that signals that he is very aware that he had the eyes of the nation, if not the world, on him, and he was using this speech to great effect. The midterms are coming up. He knows that he needs to spend a lot of time reaching American voters, letting them know what his agenda is. And to me, a lot of this was showing American voters, don't forget that the Democrats are not on your side. Look at all these different examples of things that they don't stand with you with. Don't forget that they still support radical gender ideology. Don't forget that they don't want to protect your young women on the metro. They don't care about your young women as they're taking metro rides and if they're brutally killed by violent criminals. And so all of these messages are going to make for fantastic talking points going forward. They're going to make for fantastic stories going forward. And, you know, especially when it came to gender ideology, I found this really interesting because you all know that I spent a lot of time covering this before I became the White House correspondent. He harpened on that one specific word, crazy. He says, this is just crazy. And that is one of the messages of his 2024 campaign that I think resonated so deeply with American voters who are so tired of hearing about radical gender ideology and being told that it was normal and not insane. And so he's hearkening back to those words and reminding the public, no, it's not okay for a little girl to be taken away from her parents by the state and transitioned. And he actually suggested he might do something about that as well, which I have a lot of sources telling me they're trying to get him to sign an executive order on that. So I was really interested in that as well.
And one of the things that I think was pretty astonishing about the speech is how little actual policy there was in it. So he mentioned some of the policies that, of course, he has promoted. As you say, Margaret, he moved really fast through that. So he would mention a policy that he'd done, and then he'd move pretty quickly into story time. And he would pick somebody out of the audience and explain how the policy had personally impacted somebody in the audience rather than going into the details of the policy, which I thought was actually quite smart because the overall sort of tenor of the speech was less about, here are the things that I'm doing that you may or may not agree with or understand, and more about, I actually care about people, and these people over here don't care about people. And them not clapping for the people became, I thought, his chief weapon tonight. I thought he used it to great effect. For those who missed it, obviously the most evocative moment was the moment when the president got into a war of words with Ilhan Omar. He was speaking about fraud in Somali communities in Minnesota. She started screaming back at him, saying that he should be ashamed of himself. She did not have the microphone, and that is a major disadvantage when you are talking about a speech like this one. Just for those of us who are watching it on TV and are not in the room. I remember last year when I was in the room, you could hear pretty clearly what Democrats were shouting. But if you're watching it on TV through a screen, you can't hear at all what the Democrats are shouting. You can only hear what Trump is saying back to them. And so what you ended up with was something that sounded like this. Do we have the clip of the president going at it with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib?
Sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, I will say that one of the shots that was excluded from that clip was a shot that appeared to be into the crowd, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar at that point, and it is pretty obvious from just some basic lip reading that while people were chanting USA, Rashida Tlaib was mouthing KKK, which is pretty astonishing stuff. And if indeed that is what she was mouthing, then that is going to be a massive headline tonight and tomorrow. As well, it should be. She, of course, is a radical. She stood with terror supporters her entire career in the Congress. Same thing is true of Ilhan Omar. If they want to make that the face of the Democratic Party, man, you are welcome to it. What a massive boo-boo for the Democratic Party. Mary Margaret, while we have you, I want to ask you about the sort of most fun moment of the night, which obviously was the U.S. men's hockey team coming in, which was a kick. I mean, I love that we basically got the president as sportscaster, which was really fun. He basically narrated the game and talked about the various numbers of saves and all the rest of it. What was the mood in the room like when they came in?
Well, they're just so much fun, and they came in right in between all of the press. So, the Capitol Hill press are sitting all together in their press seats, and they're looking a little dour, not super into the whole evening. And this USA men's hockey team just came down in between them. There's a really funny shot on Twitter that people should check out where there's a reporter who has a mask on and he's kind of slumped over his computer and looking really dejected. And then right next to him, these hockey players are just beaming, absolutely full of life, delighted to be there. It's a hilarious contrast. But the room just exploded with shouts and excitement, and the president, obviously, he knows every play of that game because he watched it. He understands it. He cares about it. He loves these guys genuinely, as we know from the video of him interacting with them as they were in the locker room celebrating their win. I heard that these guys were hanging out in a side room with pizza and beer, which I think is a fun way to help them enjoy the State of the Union without being too locked in. While they're still celebrating. And, this is just a very fun part of this evening. And I think also lends itself to the very patriotic element of this State of the Union. We're celebrating American excellence. We're celebrating patriotism. We're celebrating, for example, this service member who was part of the raid on Maduro. I loved the story that the president told about him, how his wife dipped his dog tags in holy water before he left because she knew he was going on some dangerous mission. And now he was here and honored in front of the whole world for his heroism in that mission. So just so many examples like this of Americans being honored and the president celebrating how truly amazing our country is. And it gives me chills just talking about it. It's just, we've been experiencing patriotism unlike anything we've seen in many years. And it's a lot of fun to be a part of it.
Well, Drew, obviously you mentioned earlier these people are crazy clip. So did you, Mary Margaret. And we do have that clip as well. For those who missed it, this was the moment when the president basically lost it at the Democrats for failing to recognize that, hey, maybe, treating minor girls as though they are boys is a crazy thing to do. Here's what that sounded like when the president went off.
Everybody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing, incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question about this. We always talk about the State of the Union, and we always try to be honest about the fact that it usually doesn't move the needle very much, but it can change the dialogue sometimes. And one of the things that's been shocking to me, as Trump's polls have not been very good, as people have said, unbelievably, that they're still as bad, they're worse off than they were a year ago. One of the things that will be interesting to see if maybe he did remind people of what it was like under Joe Biden, why they voted him back into office, and what it would be like to have them back. I mean, how can anybody think, Trump is so bad, this guy is so bad, that we have to go back to children being butchered, to people being hired according to race, to this absolute unrelenting hatred of the country as an entity. It's hard for me to see how people can really think that. I may be wrong, maybe the polls are right, but I do wonder if that idea is so fragile that he may be broken.
Drew, I think one of the things that tonight showed, and I think this is why Republicans have been looking for a face of the opposition to identify. I think one of the big flaws that Republicans have had to face down is the fact that Joe Biden was so forgettable that we've all forgotten that he was president already. I mean, truly, he was such a non-entity that by the end of his presidency, he was not even really the president. Kamala Harris was effectively the president. And so what that means is that it's very easy to sort of go, oh yeah, who was even president before this guy? Maybe it was better. Like it doesn't even clock in your memory that Joe Biden was president. If you had told me that Donald Trump was president and then he was president again and there was no kind of middle term of Joe Biden, that wouldn't shock. Like 30 years from now, people are not going to remember that in the same way that people kind of don't remember that Benjamin Harrison served between Grover, Cleveland. Like that. I think that is going to be a reality. And so I think that's been a challenge for President Trump. There is no one of his stature in the Democratic Party for him to pummel. And I think that one of the things that you saw tonight, and this is why that Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib fail, is a real fail for the Democrats, and I think a real danger for the Democrats. People don't like those people. They don't like them. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, yes. I mean, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib are totally radical and insane. Rashida Tlaib was wearing watermelon earrings in solidarity with the Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip. Rashida Tlaib was wearing a button that said F ICE on the air. Right? There was a point at which Ilhan Omar pretty clearly on camera mouthed about the president that he was a sick F. where like all that stuff was happening. It was all on camera. And so when you put that on the camera, you say, okay, here are your choices. It's this versus this. President Trump in a vacuum always doesn't poll very well. He never has polled amazingly in a vacuum, going all the way back to 2015, 2016. He always tends to poll a lot better the minute you put somebody else on the other side. Because again, as I said earlier on the show, Mary Margaret, there are two things in politics that are important. One is making it hard to vote for your opponent, and second is making it easy to vote for you. And the president sometimes has trouble with the second, but he's always very, very good at the first, and he needs an opponent. I've been saying for a decade that the president is a hammer in search of a nail, and when there aren't enough nails, he starts to hit kittens. Well, right now, he may have found some nails to hammer here, and I think that tonight was pretty good evidence of that, Mary Margaret.
Absolutely. And I mean, earlier today, we saw Kamala Harris saying that she might be considering running again. So I'm sure the president is excited to actually have a foe on the other side of the aisle, because until now, we haven't had anyone truly declare. So we might have another Kamala, and that would be a very fun presidential run. But yeah, I think the president's looking out there. He's seeing Ilhan Omar in a hijab, shouting insults, shouting swear words, just shouting and acting in a rowdy way. And she's not a formidable opponent. She's very aggressively progressive. She's very radical. The whole world knows that. So that's an easy win for the White House, where they can point to her and say, Americans don't agree with you. And in Kamala Harris, he might have a better opponent, but he's got Gavin Newsom imitating his style on Twitter. Again, it's not a formidable opponent. And so when it comes to things like this, where he can literally look the American people in the eye and say, do you see all these Democrats not standing for the things that you care about so deeply? And I keep coming back to that young woman who was on the train, who was so cruelly attacked by that criminal and killed. This actually happened maybe days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And it was one of the last things that he himself talked about, how deeply he felt this. And to see these Democrats not stand for her mother, just unthinkable. So I think that's one that's really going to resonate with people. It's going to stay with us for a long time. And whether or not these people are protesting specific policies, they have to understand that these are real lived American stories. They're the most powerful weapon that we have in favor of the truth, because they literally lived these things. And so Trump having all these Democrats look them in the eye and not do anything about it, it was very well done, very well executed in terms of a oration style strategy. And I think his comms team is probably patting themselves on the back tonight, because this was a well played speech.
The president obviously took on inflation as well. He talked a lot about the economy. He really relegated his foreign policy remarks to the end, which I think is smart politics. Obviously, the American people are much more concerned about domestic political issues than they are right now about foreign policy. It was sort of fascinating on a foreign policy level to hear what the president had to say, given the fact that we have such an enormous military presence ready in the Middle East right now about Iran. Obviously, the president's comments about Iran, he seems skeptical of the idea that Iran is going to come through with some sort of last-minute concessions. He's maintaining the same position he has maintained for legitimately his entire political career, which is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But he went a little bit further than that as well, talking about their ballistic missile capacity, their attempts to redevelop terrorist support. All of those are sort of issues in negotiation. There is supposed to be, at the end of this week, some sort of proposal from the Iranians, a sort of last-ditch proposal to stave off the possibility of American strikes. Here is what the president of the United States had to say about Iran in the middle of the speech.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Well, joining us on the line is Michael Knowles. Michael has finally reached a place where he can talk. My nightmares are all coming true. For a while there, we were okay, but now Michael has arrived, looking dapper. His hair a little bit mussed after spending 9 hours in that room during the State of the Union address. I do have to say, he's got the young Republican look going there, Michael Knowles. So, Michael, you were in the room for that. Last year it was me and Walsh. This year it was you and Isabel. So what was it like? Did you enjoy yourself? Was it the party you'd always imagined?
It was. So this was my second time at the State of the Union. We seem to be trading on and off, except the first time that I went, Biden was speaking. And so it was a much stranger experience because it was clear they had injected him with some kind of methamphetamine. And that was the year that he just kind of screamed everything at exactly the same volume for 91 minutes. And so this was my first year getting to see President Trump. You and Matt got to see Trump last year, though technically it was not a State of the Union. It was actually just a joint address to Congress. So anyway, I was honored to be at the first President Trump State of the Union. And he was great, because he was focused. He did a little weaving here and there, but he really stuck to the script. The script was written extraordinarily well, and where Trump did improvise, it was extremely effective. I was sitting front row right over the Democrats, so I got a pretty keen look, and very little surprises me in politics. Some of their behavior surprised and viscerally angered even me. When Trump set them up and he said, hey, stand up if you agree with this statement. America should be for Americans. And the Democrats wouldn't stand up for it. It was an amazing setup line, but really pretty shocking. And then it got worse from there. There you say, look at these foolish Dems, this is crazy. But from there, President Trump cheered bringing the hostages home from Gaza. I noticed Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who were right down there in front of me, they did not stand up. I think other Dems didn't stand up either. That was pretty shocking. And then the most egregious moment of the night, this beautiful tribute to Charlie Kirk and to his widow Erica, who was there directly across the way. We could see her. And the Democrats refused to really acknowledge it. President Trump then gives them the final out, even moving past Charlie to the message we should all take away from Charlie's assassination by a leftist. Trump says, we're one nation under God, and we should reject political violence of all kinds. And many Democrats refused to stand up for that. Chilling, a reminder that they want to kill us. And I'm not saying all of them want to kill us, but a surprising number of them want to kill us, overtly support political violence. In the Chamber of Commerce, in the Chamber of Congress at the State of the Union address, really chilling, political malpractice by the Democrats. And so I understand why Hakeem Jeffries early on said, hey, Dems, just chill out. Or you know what, maybe don't show up at all. Just please don't pull your usual shenanigans. We want to look half normal. And they couldn't even do that.
Well, we do have that clip of the president basically baiting them where he says, America should be for defending Americans, and the Democrats take the bait. I honestly, the president is a master of this game. He knows the game better than anyone else in it. He has changed the game fundamentally in just the time that he's been president, because this sort of stuff never used to happen. I'm old enough to remember when it was a national scandal when Joe Wilson, a congressman from South Carolina, once yelled, "You lie," at President Obama, who was in fact lying. And now this has become the way that politics is done. And the president has taken advantage of that to full effect. Here's the president saying, hey guys, maybe you should stand up if you think that, America is for the American people.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
And there are the Democrats committing political suicide on the air. So that again, amazing decisions being made there. Now, Michael, obviously the president comes into this with a low approval rating, historically low approval rating for him. The midterm elections, right now Democrats are running about 5 points ahead in the generic congressional ballot. The real question about every State of the Union address, as we were discussing beforehand, is whether it really is going to reset the table. Will it be a sort of inflection point, or will it just be a thing that happened, and a week from now we'll be back to sort of business as usual? What do you make of it? Do you think the president can generate some sort of lasting momentum on the back of what was a pretty tremendous speech?
This was a great pivot, and I'm not saying that this will save the midterms for the Republicans or anything, but it certainly reset the message in exactly the way the president had to do it. We were all making our predictions before the State of the Union, and I got a bunch of the particulars wrong, how long it would be or who he'd call out or whatever. But the one part that I got right wasn't even a prediction of what would happen so much as something I was really hoping would happen, which is that President Trump would say, look, Americans, we're making you safer. We're making this country normal again. These people, those people over there are crazy. That was an actual line from the speech, and it completely landed because the Dems refused to back down from transing the kids. I mean, it was, the extreme of their ideology. What he had to do was say, look, Americans, I understand that you feel things are a little precarious right now, whether we're talking about migration, whether we're talking about the economy. This is why I think some of the economic favorability numbers are low, even though a lot of the actual nuts and bolts of the economy are pretty good. It's just people feel uneasy. They feel big shifts. They are uncertain about the future. And what Trump had to do is say, we've got you. We're the adults in the room. We're going to make you safe. We're going to make you wealthy. We're going to restore the norms and the kind of country that you've loved for 250 years, because this is America's birthday. I think he completely achieved that objective. And so I think it does give him very good momentum going into the midterms. But of course, now one speech is not enough. Now the Republicans need to stay on message. Impossible for Republicans, and two, they need to be able to carry that through the miasma of misinformation and Democrat ops through November.
I mean, obviously, I think that it is true that Republicans must stay on message. It will definitely help if we don't have, to deal with questions about whether Erica Kirk killed her husband or not. That seems to be a gigantic fail that is happening in the midst of the Republican online space. That seems like a very stupid thing for people to follow a rabbit hole on. And a lot of the infighting that's been happening around conspiracy theories surrounding the president, if you would like to see the president not impeached after the Democrats win back Congress, then now would be a really good time to actually look at all the things that he has done over the course of the last year to fix many of the problems left by Joe Biden. Mary Margaret, what is actually on the schedule for the president in the coming days and the coming weeks? Because very often you'll see after the State of the Union that there's sort of a tour that happens where the president goes around and tries to retell some of the bigger messages that he has been pushing.
Yeah, the president is flying out of state to have another affordability event. These are something that we hear about a lot because the legacy press is obsessed with asking the White House, why isn't the president talking about affordability more, though he talks about it all the time. So currently this week, I believe he's headed to Georgia. I need to double check on which state, but he is having another affordability event. These are really heralded or shepherded by Susie Wiles, who's really trying to keep the president focused on this affordability message so that, all these critics who are saying he's too focused on foreign policy won't be able to say, I told you so, when the midterms come and go, if the president doesn't do so well, if his candidates don't do so well. So that's definitely on his radar. But all of these topics that we heard him talking about tonight, going into the future, these are things that he's going to continue talking about. We were able to pretty accurately assess what he'd be talking about tonight based on what the White House has been harping on. They've been really consistent in what they're focused on. What they're talking about is the economy, it's immigration, it's keeping our cities safe, it's this foreign policy, ending all these wars. They've been very consistent and focused on these issues, and the president has been hammering this home. So I think when you head into the midterms, unlike what we're hearing from legacy media, that Americans only care about affordability, that this is all they want to hear about from the president, there's a lot of different topics that we've been hearing the president talk about. And like I was saying earlier, this sense of patriotism and pride in our country, I don't think that's lost on the public. I don't think that the USA men's hockey team winning this victory, I don't know that that's just a victory on I was going to say the hockey field. I don't know how to talk about sports. The hockey rink. I think it's bigger than that, and we all see that. It's this sense that this is bigger than sports. This is bigger than these hockey players. This is American pride returning to our country. And so these are all things that are playing into the situation going forward, and the president can talk about them all, but now he also can talk about these Democrats not standing for these very important issues. And when Ilhan Omar goes home tonight and she gets all excited to have her team post that clip on Instagram of her just sitting there for all these issues, that's her big win. That's the Democrats' big win tonight. And they clearly don't understand the massively tragic optics of these things. So for Trump and his team, I think they're going to go to bed feeling pretty good about themselves tonight. And they'll have a lot to talk about on the road on these affordability campaign stops. And I don't think it will be just affordability. that will be the topic of conversation.
Well, Mary Margaret, I know that you need to go to sleep because you need to get up early in the morning and then go cover the rest of this over at the White House. Thanks for stopping by the coverage. And Isabel is going to be joining us in just a moment. I know that she was at the State of the Union as well. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you some more questions because Drew and I had to suffer for like several hours in your absence. You should have heard me tap dancing in order to just get to the president, getting to the microphone. It was an astonishing feat of legerdemain, I must say myself. But I think that the big question that's always the takeaway from all of this is also, did the president sort of reunify the party? This has always been sort of a problem in the aftermath of a second-term victory. Presidents have a tough time holding their coalition together. And obviously you're seeing a lot of fracturing inside the coalition right now. I think that, people blame different folks for that fracture. But the president is the person who at the end is the leader of the coalition. And the agenda that he spelled out is a pretty widely agreed upon agenda inside the Republican Party. Do you think that he's going to get some of the reluctant Trumpers sort of back on board, given his focus on his victories?
Yes, I think he has done that, and it's remarkable because Trump has been called a divisive figure for the last decade, or really more than a decade, but certainly a decade in politics. And so the fact that this man is now probably the most unifying figure on the right is really impressive. I mean, we saw this in his reelection, in that he was reelected this time with the popular vote. And then so much focus has been paid to conspiracy theories and division on infighting on the right, and really factions of the right splintering off into ways that are almost unrecognizable. And what I think is quite charming about that, actually, is we seem to look to the activists and the pundits and the chattering class for unity, but they really have no incentive to unify or to even accomplish very much at all in politics. And so where pundits and podcasters have been irresponsible with their rhetoric, Mr. Trump, who everyone tells us is the most irresponsible orator of our time, Trump is actually the one who's being responsible here and who is reaching out. I think he's really been able to bring together a broad coalition of people. And even the way he spoke tonight about foreign policy, there were people who veer a little more on the isolation side, a little more skeptical of intervention, who are up there standing for strength and the Fordo strikes in Iran. And there were people who were, there were people who were a little skeptical of, the tariffs, who were right up there cheering with President Trump when he was casting a little bit of shade at the Supreme Court, but not too much shade at the Supreme Court because he knows he's going to need the Supreme Court in the future. So, Drew loves to talk about how Trump learns things over time, and he obviously does. And one of the things he's learned is to be nuanced with his words, and I think that showed tonight.
Well, Isabel, sorry, I want to welcome in Isabel Brown, and then we can get to Andrew, who has been sitting there, as always, awaiting death. But before we do that, Isabel, who is significantly more sprightly than any of us right now.
All of us put together.
All of us has joined us here. So, Isabel, what was the big day under the big top like over at the United States Capitol?
I don't know if sprightly is the right word, Ben. I think I just don't sleep at night right now with a 10-month-old, so I'm used to being up into all hours of the night. I'm feeling good tonight. It's a great time. The energy here is so palpable, and I think we've touched on a lot of the negativity surrounding the speech. Certainly there were a lot of shocking moments sitting in the gallery. I was across the room, it seems, from where Michael was sitting this evening, but closer to the president's guests and looking across the room at most of the Democrat colleagues from the Republican side who refused to stand up and cheer for America, to call for an end to political violence, to offer condolences to widows and grieving mothers whose children had been killed by radical extremists and repeat offenders. But you also saw a bit of an American comeback tonight, and I don't want the media to forget that we saw a resounding standing ovation from virtually every single individual clapping and cheering and singing for multiple minutes on end when the USA hockey team walked in to show us their Olympic gold medals and chanting USA across party lines. That's something that would have been impossible about 12 months ago, and yet here we are celebrating American exceptionalism again without being called racist for it. So I think there's a lot to glean from some of the negativity, certainly, but there's a lot to look forward to and so much optimism to have, to know that in many ways our country is back.
So, Michael, I've barred Drew from this conversation for too long, and I can see that he really, really wants to talk more about the State of the Union address.
I actually do want to say something, though, about what Isabel said and what Noel said before. I think the great triumph of the speech was a negative triumph. I think that he did bring it back into the center of our attention how crazy and bad the Democrats are and will be again if they get back in office. He made them act it out. It was brilliant theater. It was great stuff. The positive message is going to be harder because the positive message means that people have to feel it in their pocketbooks because they're never, ever going to see it in the mainstream press. The press has practiced inducing amnesia. The minute Trump solves a problem, it vanishes from the news. The minute the border is closed, nobody talks about the border anymore. They just always leap in to the next big problem. Oh, isn't the way people are being deported terrible? And that's been the trick that they've used, and it's been pretty effective. But I think at some point, people are going to stop and take a breath and say, are things really worse? And do I want these people back? He set up the negative really well tonight. I don't think any words are going to accomplish the positive message that he wants to put forward. I think that's going to have to happen over time. I think he should be hammering away at it. He should be telling people what he's done, but people are going to have to feel it in their pocketbooks before it's real. I myself, it was months ago, but I myself was driving along and suddenly noticed that gas prices had plummeted. I hadn't read anything about it in the paper. I just suddenly saw it there. Nobody's been talking about it. And yet gas prices, of course, were one of the big headlines for a long time. Every problem Trump solves disappears from the headlines. But eventually, I think, put together, they will seep into the consciousness of America. And you just have to hope they do that in time before the midterms. And I also just want to add quickly that I'm really glad that the Virginia governor is delivering the response because that's 25 minutes in which you won't be raising my taxes.
Well, she actually is Abigail Spanberger, the new governor of Virginia. And she is, and she apparently, one of the things that I'm noting from our friends over on X is that apparently they've militarily regimented the amount of applause that the audience can deliver for her lines. They legitimately, like they're basically saying you can applaud for 3 seconds and you sit down, which sounds like it's unnatural and weird. And also I want implemented pretty much every State of the Union from now on, because the amount of time, it's like a football game where the amount of time between plays is really, really, really long. So we'll see whether there is yet to be a really good response to a State of the Union address, I think, in my lifetime. My guess is that what you're seeing of Abigail Spanberger is the last you will see of the speech ever, because we've been doing this for years and years and years, and never have we ever seen that sort of thing. Now, Michael, when we look at sort of the impact going forward, I think one of the questions here, and it was something you mentioned, Drew, is that Trump has solved a bunch of problems. And because those problems are solved, we don't think about them anymore. And this is something that I believe some of the consultants had told the Republican Party was, Trump basically solved the southern border problem. So don't even bother talking about it because nobody cares because it's already solved. And this is, again, part of the issue for him is that when a thing happens, we no longer think about that thing. Whereas when it is sort of percolating, then we think about the thing. And so the president has been so dominant in, for example, getting rid of DEI that if he mentions DEI, we all kind of go, well, yeah, I mean, he did do that. But have we thought about that very much lately? That's why I thought it was effective, Michael, for him to go to stories that remind us that these are very, very real phenomena.
Yes, and the personal stories are the key, too. So the anecdotes, which remind us, especially in the present, that these things still exist. Gavin Newsom didn't say, I want to see more trans kids 3 years ago. Gavin Newsom said, I want to see more trans kids like 3 weeks ago. This is still percolating here. So when a guy like Andy Beshear, who is a serious presidential candidate, Democrat governor of Kentucky, when he comes out and says Abigail Spanberger is the model for Democrats this year, what he's saying is we're going to lie and run like moderates, and then if we are elected, we're going to implement the most radically left-wing agenda that you can possibly imagine. So they're kind of honest about it. They're honest liars. And what President Trump needs to do is remind us this isn't really dead. The Democrats can reopen the border tomorrow. Just as President Trump shut the border without a new law, and he did it basically overnight, so too the Democrats can just reopen it. They can let the criminals out of prison. They can re-implement all of the DEI and the radical gender agenda and the ideology. They can go down this litany, to say nothing of the economic havoc. Do not underestimate, to quote Barack Obama, do not underestimate the degree to which Joe Biden can F things up. Well, that's true of the whole Democrat Party. And so I think Trump needs to remind us that these threats are still here. And really what is called for the Republican campaigns is a kind of Willie Horton campaign on steroids. A reminder, one, there are actual super predators that the Dems are letting out of prison to light women on fire on New York City subways and rape and murder and kill. That's happening right now. But two, you're seeing this at an international scale when we're looking at Venezuelan and Mexican drug cartels, or frankly in the Middle East or in Russia or in China. You're seeing this throughout the country. These threats really are imminent. The Republican Party is not the party of chaos. We're not the party, as the Democrats say, that is bringing chaos to the streets of Minneapolis. We're the party that is restoring order. The Democrats bring the chaos. We restore the order. Trump gave us some really evocative images for that tonight, and I think it's an effective model going into November.
Isabel, I want to give you the last word here, because I'll be honest with you, it's been a really, really long night, and I would really, really like to go to sleep now. So you get the last word, and then we can all go to bed.
I think it's obvious, Ben, more than ever before, that for many, many years now in our country, we have been living in two different Americas. Clearly in what we applaud for and what we fight for and against, but also in just our most basic values as Americans. What I saw tonight sitting in the gallery of the U.S. House of Representatives with half the Supreme Court, the Joint Chiefs, the entire presidential cabinet, the president and vice president of the United States, certainly almost every member of Congress, and the most influential Americans from across multiple walks of life, was a clear dichotomy between the United States of America as we have known and loved it for the last 250 years, the greatest society the world has ever known, built upon the foundation of our identity as one nation under God, and complete Marxist total chaos, anarchy in society that rewards criminals over our citizens, that champions open borders, that refuses to prosecute those who are killing our citizens day in and day out, who champions political violence for your enemies rather than trying to come over our differences to be united in the concept of e pluribus unum again. This is not sustainable. As Abraham Lincoln is famous for saying, a house divided cannot stand. But I am hopeful that what we're seeing inside of Washington with this concept of the unity party is beginning to extend to the rest of the country as well. Most of these issues we talked about this evening were not the economy, shockingly. They were social issues, like transing our kids and some of these conversations we've been having for many years in the e-space, but very few people here in Washington have been having. I think that was intentional because these are 90-10 issues. These are American issues versus chaos and Marxist issues. And voters have a very clear image moving forward into midterms in 2028 and beyond what kind of a country we have the chance to save versus the one that's going to come into fruition if we fail to act courageously today.
Well, folks, I hope that you enjoyed this so much more than I personally did. But if you enjoy our work here at Daily Wire, please become a subscriber and a supporter over at DW+, because that allows us to continue to bring you awesome and or mediocre content like we have been bringing you all night long. For my colleagues, Andrew Klavan, Michael Knowles, Isabel Brown, thanks so much for stopping by. We're another year older. Congrats. It's now 2029, and we will see you in just a little bit.